and...
Oh, yes. Oh, I think I might be enjoying this one, girly wigs. Hello, beautifuls. Welcome back to my Chanel. And welcome to another episode of Glow Up Girls.
Is it testicles?
Let's dive right into it today, my lovelies. Grab yourself a beverage, pop your little hanger right into your dooley hole, and let's watch Season 2, Episode 2 of Stacey Dooley's Glow Up.
And is this a gender fluid brothel?
We've got... Is it time for Glow Up, Gil? Oh, there we are. Oh, yes.
This week, we are at King's Cross.
Oh!
In a few hours' time, this pathway will turn into a catwalk for London Fashion Week.
Oh, Stacey Dooley, girl. Where has she gone? Nobody knows.
It's what she would have wanted.
So I visited this little walkway. I know exactly where it is. King's Cross. Oh. Dead now.
No.
This pathway will turn into a catwalk for London Fashion Week.
Off she goes, girl. Here they are, the women in
Fashion
black.
Week is so full on, resident Judge Val is busy at another catwalk
Oh,
show.
she's a busy woman.
But she'll
doing
be back
at
later
least
to
two things.
scrutinise the MUA's work.
Right, the mower. Shut your mower.
How are we feeling?
Good. Look at the little Shiba Inu in the background. Oh, the
feeling?
star of today's show.
Good, yeah.
In case you don't know me, my lovelies, my name is Luxeria, and I've been a makeup artist for nearly 2 decades. Can you believe it? God.
Should we just ask her how old she is?
I also have a biochemistry degree because I have a fundamental interest in the way things work, my lovelies. I have worked on multiple different fashion shoots. I've also worked in multiple different areas of makeup artistry, including retail, event work, weddings, and a little bit here and there of TV show work. So I know a thing or two about makeup artistry. And if there's anything we've learned from this series so far, and covering the first season here on Glow Up, is that anything pretty much goes. Do you know what? Do you know what actually? As a millennial who grew up with skins, you can't go wrong with a black sequin zip-up hoodie, can you? No.
Good, yeah.
Jake?
Everyone's glowing. Right, okay, so yes, that was a contention last time. Yes, that Jake's nails had to go. I think that actually caused a bit of discourse in the comments here because lots of people were agreeing with the judges, saying that yes, the nails did have to go. You know, if it does impact your ability to work with brushes and things, then it's going to be a problem. I just think there is a way to broach the subject that wasn't quite as harsh or grim as Dominic did.
Well
Ready
done.
to be professional.
So, today you've been booked to do the makeup for the incredibly successful brand House of Holland.
House of Horrors, yeah, a haunt.
Having taken the
Holland
fashion
girl.
world by storm, aged just 23, Henry Holland's designs
child.
proved a global hit. Becoming
know
a fan
absolutely
favourite with the
nothing about
likes
House
of
of Holland.
Alexa
It is
Chung,
not to my
Rita
style.
Ora and Harry Styles.
He's our guest judge for this week, but he's also your boss for today.
Oh, that's
Please
nice.
welcome
Yeah, you've got
Henry
to have a boss.
Holland.
Hello.
How are you, Henry?
Just waving at you near King's Cross.
Thank you so
Do you know what, actually? Do you know what? We don't often see very many reality TV shows take their, group of contestants out into the world anymore. Generally, as a show becomes more popular and more people will notice who's out and about, filming, it leads to spoilers being released to the public. So it is nice that we're seeing them out and about on a sunny day in London, one of the 7 that happens every decade, except for that one when it was 42 degrees. Could you remember that? That was horrendous.
much for having
What
us.
have you been
Right,
up
to be
to?
here.
Nice
Today
to
is the most
see ya.
important day of my year. It's our London Fashion Week show for House
Yes.
of Holland, and so I really need you guys to be on your A game.
Well, hang on. Which London Fashion Week? Are they being naughty fibbles? It could be September or it could be February. Judging the fact that a few people have jackets on, it could be one of those September fashion weeks perhaps. But it also could be February because February is a bit of a lie in the UK. It's when winter 8 approaches, but there's also sporadic days of sunshine. It could all be editing, couldn't it? Yeah, colour grading who?
So I really need you guys to be on your A game because you're going to have to help execute my vision for the show.
Right.
And the best performing MUA, you will get an advantage tomorrow with the
Wow.
creative brief. But it's not only Henry that you have to impress today. We've also got our key makeup artist.
lip was done
It's the
last
guy
week.
called Dominic Skinner.
Come with me and we'll show you backstage.
Backstage glam. L'Oreal
So my role as the key artist is to head up the team and get that makeup looking amazing. Get that makeup looking amazing.
It is.
Dominic has collaborated with Henry on a design that the MUAs will have to replicate.
Okay,
So,
right.
the look for today, it's a story.
Are they going to do it better than him? Let's hope. What an excellent time for one of the top comments on the last episode of Glow Up Girls. And that is by Toa General. And they say, them, do a look that shows yourself. Also them, you were enjoying yourself too much when making this look about you. Let me just tell you, my loves, let me just tell you, there's something that comes across from these two judges on this show, Val and Dominic, that almost feels a little bit, I'm not entirely sure what the word is here, I'm going to use professional jealousy. It feels like some of the artists they have come on this show are so talented and want to think so out of the box and so big and glam and gorgeous and bijou that Val and Dominic kind of go, I couldn't do that, so I think it's shit. Right, Stacey Dooley is gripping her chair. She's like, what's going to happen next?
It's a story about a girl who's gone to Coachella, and then it's kind of the morning after.
The walk of shame.
The walk of shame, but with glitter. For me,
Wow, groundbreaking, out of the box, never been done before. Ever. Walk of shame makeup? No, I can't be too harsh. I can't be so harsh. Let's wait and see, shall we? What's the look they've got to recreate? And remember, in the last season, they had an hour to recreate a full stage-ready drag look. So what's this? Including brow coverage?
for me, it's deliver or bust, because it's my reputation that's on the line. I set the bar, they have to hit it. I'm calling it lived in, loved in.
Bars on the floor.
It's about getting this look on, but making it look like it's dispersed and worn off a bit.
Dispersed.
We're going to
or
start
the
with
diaspora.
the colour. Just close your eyes.
Right, so we got.
It goes up to the brow and just blend it up towards the peak.
I'm glad he said lived in,
Just blend it up.
because that is. But he did use the word lived in, so you know. Is that going to be a euphemism for not very good? Oh!
And then just look up.
Same brush
After
underneath,
buffing in
right?
eyeshadow, Dominic uses a technique called draping to contour the temples.
Just blend it up above the brow. And then just let it fade away.
Pigment colours are added to accent the eyes, and then it's time for some serious sparkle.
Glitter is like herding cats. It can go everywhere. So it's a really fine balance between speed and skill. And there you go.
Where? 60 seconds in the expired makeup bin in Superdrug.
Scandalous.
And there you go. Done. You're going to get one model, and if you do well, I'll give you another. If you don't, I'm going to take your model, give them to someone else,
I hate that so
and you might
much.
just end up sitting out. Okay? Go on then, what are you waiting for?
Dominic's shown the look in purple, but the MUAs will also work with palettes of pink and gold.
Right, okay, so pink and gold, kind of flattering for skin tones. Sorry.
MUA's makeup. There should be no differentiation between my makeup or the MUA's makeup. The level has to be really high.
I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm gonna hold my tongue. My forked
every single
tongue.
thing that he said.
Hello, Shanice, with your blue lip.
It's just 2 hours until showtime. Each MUA has been randomly assigned a model, but are at the mercy of them arriving from other shows.
Oh, drama girl. Well, that's not their fault then, is it? You'd be judged by a late model.
Come on then, Kenna. Take a seat. Fashion Week is just crazy. You might get your model first, you might get your model last. You might have an hour, you might
You
have
might
5
also
minutes.
just have to put glitter on the eye and call it a day.
Next to get a model is Brandon.
Right.
So I'm just going to get you to look up for me.
Retail
And then close
assistant.
your eyes.
The
Who
assistant
wasn't always headed for the world of high fashion.
My father passed away when I was quite young. I was like 2 years old. And I had a lot going on with my childhood that kind of distracted me from my academic work. So when I was in school, I just rebelled against everything. Imagine you're kind of worst student in the class.
Is this, hang on though, hang on. Have they been like, why don't you create a lovely demon look to represent how awful you were as a child, girl? If that's the case, I think that's a very telling storyline from the BBC, should we say?
Your worst student in the year and then the worst student in the school. That was me. Like, I was the devil child.
Oh, there we go. The devil child. The devil child.
When I was in school, I was always really good at PE, so I went to start boxing, and then midway through, like, starting boxing, I was like, actually, let me try hair and beauty, see how that goes.
Oh, I love
Makeup's
that
always
so
kind of
much.
made me feel empowered. I actually couldn't, hand on heart, picture myself doing anything else but makeup.
Tell me how you're getting on, Shanice.
I'm getting on well.
Are you hoping to do more
Demons.
than one model?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you want to prove that you can?
She'll be out the chair in 10 minutes.
You reckon?
Yeah.
If I stop talking?
Yeah.
Right. I'll catch up.
The thing about this makeup is, because it's going to be covered in... That's a bit flattering. That's a bit more flattering. Because it's not very precise, you can actually not cut corners, but optimize the process, should we say. So for something like this, I wouldn't use tiny little brushes. I would get a wash on with almost like a highlighter brush for the cheekbone, something large and domed, all the way across the eyelid, all the way up to the eye, and as was suggested earlier, draped across the temple and the brow. And then I would go in and just add in the details where it needs to be with a smaller brush, a smaller packing brush. The whole point about doing specific looks like this for runway shows is speed. Not every single runway situation is going to need small, detailed, precise, like a plique or a delicate lady taking her time. No, a lot of it really is in the chair, do the look, off she goes, in the chair, do the look, off she goes, in the chair, do the look, off she goes. In the chair, do the look, off she goes. No say, stop it. I just don't think I will ever get over the fact of this green cut crease. Anyway, enough of all that. Get my blood pressure up.
Right. I'll catch up.
Giggle with Stacey. Have a little giggle with Stacey.
One MUA who has experience of working at Fashion Week as an assistant is Bernie.
Hello, Bernie.
This is not new to me whatsoever, yeah. I've actually done Fashion Week before, so I'm familiar with how it works backstage.
You should be a dab at this.
Yeah.
From what I've heard,
Thank you.
you should have this nailed. Ophelia, we have Alana.
Nice to meet you. Take a seat.
Ophelia's
How are you today?
so...
Stressed out? Yeah.
I love them.
That's Fashion Week. Edgy young artists.
Just close your eyes for me.
Oh, sorry, no moisturizer. And I'm allergic to foundation.
Okay, so these are just concealers.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay, let me just go talk to Dom.
Interesting.
So my model said she's allergic to concealer foundation. She doesn't want to put on the concealer.
That's fine, I've got a substitute in my
Yeah,
bag.
no worries, thank you.
Interesting.
I follow him.
Interesting. Although I am glad he just kind of went, yeah, that's fine. I wonder what it is that she's allergic to in foundation. Very interesting for a model to be involved in like beauty campaigns and allergic to some elements of makeup. I mean, I like the fact that she is included because that's obviously deeply important. But for things like speed, that's a very interesting... presents an interesting scenario. I wonder what will be used here as a substitute. I've had people in my chair that are allergic to specific things, not like a group of products, if that makes sense. Like, imagine someone sitting in your chair and being like, I'm allergic to fizzy drinks. I'm like, but yes, but what part of it? Like, fizzy water? Surely not. Like, is it a type of pigment you're allergic to? Is it a type of bonding agent? Is it a silicone that you are sensitive to? Is it a bee?
While
Lilac
some
lady.
MUAs are working away on their looks,
I just want to get the shave on. I'm like intensifying the colour a little bit more now.
Just need to...
Hurry up.
Hurry up.
Okay.
Get a move on.
Yeah, this
Others
isn't
are only
about
just
precision,
meeting
this
their
is about
models.
glitter and mess.
I brushed over from another show.
Oh, that is fine.
I was a bit nervous you weren't going to turn up, girl.
Turn up, girl!
Right, guys, you've got 1 hour before we need all the models ready.
Oh,
But they...
lady, take us.
Okay. Everybody sit down. Have a little listen to this. In the last season of Glow Up, the artists were expected to copy a stage-ready drag look, full drag look, including brow coverage and stage-ready makeup for people they've never seen before, and fully recreate a look that was given to them from a sheet and an artist that was backstage. For context this time, the show has given them more than an hour to create a lived-in next day after Coachella glitter look for the runway.
God, how awful!
Is there a level of standardization in this show?
No, of course not. It's the BBC.
Stop asking questions and be quiet.
Hello, beautiful
Hello,
lady.
Hannah.
Take a seat.
Hannah's model has just arrived, but with the deadline fast approaching,
She's on the go.
James is still waiting.
I'm just getting a kit together because if my model's not here, I might have to run literally as far as the catwalk and just prep her as I go.
Yes.
Bernie, okay.
Burning!
You have an hour to do this look.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to bash this out in 20 minutes. What's been the hold-up?
I had a few difficulties with the skin. I think that's what I kind of struggled with.
Why?
And the glitter. I think my model has acne-prone skin, so it was just a matter of like covering small areas and making it,
Okay. He's called out in front of the model that the model has bad skin. And
No. That's not what he said. He also did ask her if she has an allergy, so therefore, you know, things have to be different. One of the core tenets of being inclusive is the level of equality. Some people need more guidance and more assistance in achieving the equality level than anything else. So we can't then be like, well, oh, that's what it is, Scout. Yes, of course, but high-paced, high-stressful environment. Didn't exactly say it was bad. I mean, I probably would have said it a little bit different. I would have said something along the lines of, this situation requires a different approach. And then if Dominic asked why, because he would, I would then have used the word allergy in a sentence to describe why I'm doing something slightly different and to not pose a risk to health. So I don't know why they're making out like it's a bit like, oh, Bernie girl, oh, Bernie. Bernie's in the bottom shelf Bernie girls.
bad skin. And it's, oh God, that's just mortifying. You can't do that.
Is the glitter...
Brandon, oh my word, that highlight.
Is the glitter glued?
Yeah, looks amazing. You're good to go. I'm really loving
level
what
of
I'm
skin
seeing.
involved, I
The
guess, but
eye
it's
looks
just
great, the skin looks flawless. She's really delivered great makeup.
Very glowy.
Oh, look that way for me, and the other way. I think I'm done.
Can I put you in hair now?
I would love to do it hair.
Great.
She's gone into hair, and I'm waiting to be told whether I'm going to do another model or not. I'm buzzing. I just want to do more models now. I want to get everyone done.
She's off the go, girls.
Makeup as a whole. I've got a little girl, Darcy, who is almost one.
Well, like,
I just love her so much. She's my heart and soul.
lovely colour choices, very 2016 YouTuber, yes.
Around washing bottles, doing washing, changing nappies, any time that I can get. I have to keep telling myself in this competition I am not mum, I'm Shanice, I'm the makeup artist.
Yes,
and I
you are
have
the one
got
in
gold
charge, but not
inside
mummy.
that I'm
Oh my God, was that Trixie
that will
Mattel?
not only change my life, but Darcy's as well. This is what I'm meant to do.
As key artist, Dominic has to sign off every look. And he spotted a problem with Shanice's efforts.
The issue is I never got a chance to see the makeup before she got into hair, and I'm not particularly happy with it. Hi, sorry.
Okay, why?
There's a slight issue with your makeup.
Okay.
It's too neat, it's too
okay.
nice, it's too pretty.
Okay.
And what we need to do is just sort of mess it up a bit.
Okay.
So what I need you to do is I need you to bring some products to start blurring it out.
Messing it out.
I'm going to take you to the model.
This is my perfectionist side, I can't let go.
You have to be an
I need
imperfectionist.
to, yeah.
Okay? So
You can say that again.
bring it down a bit more. So a few extra bits of glitter.
Okay, but other
ready.
than that, all good.
Other than that, I'll have a look after.
Okay.
Okay?
I mean, I do think that that was generally a little bit ridiculous because the designer was right there and the designer was like, are you ready for hair? Let's go, girls. If he was like, not quite my vision, then there would have been a reason there. But if the designer's happy, that's the entire point. I think this is a little bit of like trying to make drama for the TV shows.
Other than that, I'll have a look after.
Okay.
Okay?
Hi.
So you've panicked.
Nice to see you. I'm good. How are you?
With 20 minutes to go until the show starts, the audience are arriving.
I've got loads to do in a very little amount of time.
Just pick a few bits off from here. Like, I'm going to move your hand there. Pick it off from around there. Okay? Be quick. Hurry up, quicker. Bigger brush, buff it on. Just get it on. Boom,
Yep.
boom, boom.
How long do we have until we're finished?
You have 15 minutes. I want this done in 10.
I'll get it done.
Right, there we go.
Interesting. Okay.
Give me skin, baby. Love it. Give me skin.
That's not smart.
It's been nearly an hour and a half since Shanice started work on her model.
You've given it a good go.
You don't like it?
I'm not happy with the shape. I feel like it's looking a bit like a bat wing.
Okay.
So we need to get it fixed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass her over to one of my team who's going to sort it out.
After a wait of almost 2 hours, James...
I want to see a before and after of him passing that look over to his team.
After a wait of almost 2 hours, James finally has his assigned model.
I'm really sorry, you've got about 8 minutes.
Okay.
Get it on. Shout if you need help.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I have faith.
How is he possibly going to be judged?
So we only have 8 minutes
about this.
So 8 minutes in the makeup chair.
Didn't we see other makeup artists here getting more than one model? Why couldn't the show be like distribute them evenly beforehand? Interesting, we're seeing production shenanigans here because James was in the bottom last week because Val was like, is it testicles?
Brandon, less of a colour, more of a hue, so tone that temple down there.
Brandon's good work has been rewarded with another look to complete.
All girls in line up, please.
See? Some people are getting 2 looks, and someone hasn't even had one yet, so I don't think that's like a fair competition in the slightest. It's giving me the flashbacks of the last season, where they had the red carpet event, and someone came in with like full base and eyebrows already done, and they were like, just do the eye look. But other people had to do a full look from scratch, so... If this was science, and I know it's not because it's art, but I exist at the intersection between both of those things.
Kind, humble.
This would not be considered a fair test, but I do want to say, look at those eyebrows! Yes!
You're gonna have to go. Model's finished.
Gonna have to go in the
Right,
bin.
guys, you can need all the models ready, so get a move on, hurry up.
I need all girls in first look.
I think it's just too much still on the top. It's more about like a less of a.
We need you to go. Give me 2 seconds. Makeup's not finished.
Jake, go finish what you're doing.
I'll come to the hair station, you go, babe.
Yeah, you go to hair.
Okay, be doing the other side.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, great.
I mean, I guess this is a little bit more realistic about how chaotic it is backstage, but
I need the girls in line up.
I think the makeup
Time's
look...
up. She's finishing makeup. We're ready.
Just moments before our models hit the runway, Val's arrived and has a front row seat to
Oh, here
inspect
she is,
the
girl.
MUA's
Oh,
work.
right, yeah, back outside, lovely.
Brandon, grab a set bag because I'm going to have you up at the top with me.
Dom has asked me to be by his side, so definitely a win-win situation.
Interesting. Favouritism, perhaps. Maybe not. There she is, girl, on the game. Oh, in black, perhaps. Interesting.
Set bag because I'm going to have you up at the top with me.
Dom has asked me to be by his side, so definitely a win-win situation.
There she is, girl, on the game. Oh, in black, perhaps. Is it just me? I might be being a little bit, like, harsh here. I don't actually think this makeup complements the collection.
Cancelled!
If the vibe was like messy, walk of shame, day after festival, kind of like I don't even give a care vibes, but you're wearing structured clothing with harsh lines and like structure and strength and good strong silhouettes, those 2 things are this makeup. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just me. I'm not sure I would have gone in this creative direction.
Calculator. But the jury's still out for the MUAs.
High five. Well done.
That was good.
Not sure. Unsure, girly wigs.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Although I will say it kind of works for the leather look here on the edge, which we haven't actually seen. It works here, I would say, in this lady's look. And perhaps this one here as well. Yes, this model's look here. But there was someone in a really structured, like, suit, almost. And I was like, no.
The MUAs are great. However, I do want to see those makeups up close and really think it through before I make any decisions.
Right. So the makeup is also going to be photographed.
At Glow Up HQ,
We're home.
the judges have to decide who performed best at London Fashion Week and which two MUAs least impressed.
Right.
We'll begin today's creative brief in the face-off chairs.
I think, well, Shanice had to go back to her artist.
You can tell there's a level of confidence in the person that's done that look.
Following on, we have Shanice. I just felt that she was putting it on almost too tightly. I actually had to take the model out of her chair and give it to one of my professional team to try and save it.
It's not good enough.
It's not.
Okay, now that I can compare and contrast these two looks, I do feel like they are different. They really are quite different, but also the model's face is particularly different. The model on the left has so much more visible eye space. The model on the right does not have this. Also, the green tone is just not as... It doesn't really lend itself to doing as much grit and detail, if that makes sense. Because this look technically has like multiple different colours. We've got like a bluey purple tone glitter on top of a lived-in purpley blue base with like a hot pink, almost like a pinky fuchsia tone. And I'm sure I'm even seeing a level of like slight orange. I mean, obviously all of this is orange, but like I'm sure I'm seeing slight like blends of orange towards the edges of that pink. It's a more complicated look than this one is. And I don't know if that's technically Shanice's fault. Because if they just said, do it in green, I'd be a bit like... I'm sure not sure, girls, not sure. Let me know what you think in the comments box below about that one. Not sure, but let's continue.
It's not good enough.
It's not. James, he didn't get his model until 8 minutes before the show.
I would say
and he just like slapped it right on. It looks a bit bruisey, and we wanted bougie.
Have to be able to
You didn't want bougie though. Bougie means like luxury woman who's going to the place to do the thing. That's the opposite of I've just been to Coachella and I'm doing the walk of shame and it's just glitter and I don't even give a care, girl. These are two very different words and meanings.
Bruisey.
Also 8 minutes.
And we wanted bougie.
Have to be able to do the most incredible makeup that would normally take you 40 minutes in 5.
That is a ridiculous ask. What a ridiculous thing to say. This show, my blood pressure, through the roof, girls.
In 5.
Bernie got his model quite early.
Bernie, girl.
An hour later, he was still on his model.
It looks like he did the makeup in 5 minutes.
I think there's one or two that couldn't really hack the environment that we put them in.
I would like to see Val and Dom do this look on a model who didn't have as much eyelid space.
Find your chairs nice and quickly, please.
Could you hit the brief?
If an MUA's name
go,
is
girl.
on one of the two red chairs,
The red
they're
chair.
heading for the face-off
seat.
elimination.
Is she going to beat the
at end
seat?
of the day.
Seat the beat.
Oh, God.
Who is it?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's safe. Interesting. Well, I would find it particularly unfair. Oh, God. Who's the other one? Bernie?
It's me.
Oh. Je suis surprise.
Take the face-off. Knock the judges' socks off in today's brief and hope another MUA underperforms.
Benny, you're
So Shanice, Bernie, unfortunately you found yourselves in our face-off chairs. This of course means...
I do feel like this was a little bit overproduced because he had a model with a specific situation and Shanice's work was kind of sabotaged by the colour scheme, so... Not sure. Then again, I guess it is a reality TV show competition. They have to find fault with something. And if everything's going to plan, then there can't be anyone in the bottom, can there? Especially on episode 2. Remember though, we wanted bougie. I do feel like this was a little bit overproduced because he had a model with a specific situation. No.
in our face-off chairs. This of course means that you have 15 minutes less than the others to execute today's creative brief.
Fashion show makeup often references iconic looks or muses. So, for today's creative brief, we would like you to create a look that is representing your own personal icon. They could be famous, fictional, fantasy, or someone you know.
So, bring in the models!
So what is the brief? It could be a real person or completely made up. So vague, very vague. Vague woman on Facebook? Vague book.
Well, that was quite the non-binary fuss.
Dip, 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 blip, beep, beep, blip, beep, blip, boo. Right. What's the tea? Halation. So much halation.
Brandon, yesterday you impressed us so much with both your looks and your professionalism. So your reward is either stick with the model that you've been allocated or choose someone else's model.
Stick or switch. It's a stick or switch. What are you going to do, girly wig?
Oh, I feel like the pressure's on.
Yesterday you impressed us so much with both your looks and your
Everyone's like,
professionalism.
ooh. We've not seen this before, have
So
we?
your reward
Coming.
is either stick
Oh,
with the model
switch.
that you've been
Just close your eyes for
allocated,
me.
choose someone else's model.
You have not
I'm
made
going to
it
be really
Angelica.
horrible, and I'm going to nick you.
Oh, stolen, girls. Snatched.
I didn't think you'd swap.
The icon that I've gone with, I think it'll just be best achieved on my model skin tone.
Seen this before, have
Cool. So you've got
Interesting.
2.5 hours
Okay, we shall
to
see.
nail this.
And I'm going to nick you.
Okay.
Nail this creative brief. Shanice, Bernie, I'll let you know when you can start.
I'll let you fucking know, girls.
Time starts now.
Achieved on my model skin tone.
Let's go, honey.
Let's go, girl.
My look today is Grace Jones. Got to make sure now that I nail this one because the pressure is on.
I am doing a look inspired by Marilyn Manson. He helped me to express emotions that I didn't necessarily understand.
Shanice, you seem on good form given that you're sat in one of the face-off chairs.
I'm calm.
What a question. You look really happy with yourself considering you're going home, girl. Oh, could you imagine? Vile, but sure, Stacey. Look how many hoops. And you know what they say? The bigger the hoop, the bigger the sissy.
Oh, being a secret sissy.
In the back alley?
Oh, my favourite.
You're sat in one of the face-off chairs.
I'm calm. I don't plan on staying in the red chair. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a teal.
Kezia is also basing her look on a music legend.
Oh, yes, okay.
Turn you into like this David Bowie inspired thing. It's gonna look kind of like androgynous.
But she isn't the only one channeling the Starman.
I am feeling so relieved that I'm not in the face-off chairs, but no one is safe. And Bernie and Shanice are big competitors, so gotta smash this brief. Just to let you know, I have a twitch in my neck. It's just been there my whole life.
I have a twitch that is quite physically noticeable in my neck and in my eye. When I was younger, I went to boarding school for 6 years. During those crisis age of 12 to 18, it was a really easy target for bullies. When I was 18, I went to consultant and a neurologist was able to certify that it was a form of Tourette syndrome.
Wow.
It sort of manifests itself when I'm pretty much anxious and stressed.
Always in the best possible
Not
time,
ashamed
isn't it?
by it.
Yeah.
I have gotten a lot more comfortable and happier in myself. Seeing the Twitch as part of my identity, I've learned to kind of take pride in it. It's never really been a big enough factor to stop me from doing anything with
Love
my life.
that, I love. Very powerful woman.
Sorry, the quip is lovely. I'm just going to push out any product. It's got to go.
James
Right.
going right in on the hair.
Yeah, I'd be leaving that hair till last.
Would you, Val? Why?
Having failed to impress
Imagine if
in
his hair was like in his face and she was like, I'd be leaving that until last. I just love to paint foundation directly onto the fringe.
No, a soiled wig.
Trying to pass judgment on things that are totally irrelevant. He's just brushed his hair.
Having failed to impress in last week's creative brief, Eve's hoping for some help from an ancient Chinese legend.
My icon is Mulan. It's going to be like a dragon mask because in Chinese culture it represents strength.
To achieve a 3D feel, she's working with an unconventional product.
What's that?
Is she using tissue paper? No, look, it's malleable. She's like, or plasticine or something.
I'm using Play-Doh.
Play-Doh?
To sculpt out a little kind of spike, which is very time consuming, and then I'm just going to attach them to the face. Bish bash bosh.
James is also taking a risk on a time-consuming technique.
James is now putting on a...
it's a bold cat.
Now it's going to go over your ears, so you might not be able to hear me.
So that's interesting, isn't it? That's really interesting. So Val was like, I would have done the hair last. Would you have applied a bald cap over a full face of makeup, would you?
Now it's going to go over your ears, so you might not be able to hear me after a few minutes, okay?
He's just doubled the size of his canvas.
Okay, MUAs, 15 minutes has passed. Shanice, Bernie, you're good to go.
Bald
This
cap
is
a bit
Jimi Hendrix's guitar.
brave
You
in a
wouldn't really get Jimi
time-constrained
unless I
manner, though.
included his guitar.
If you're painting on a guitar, paint the guitar, don't stencil it. It's not a difficult shape to do.
Speak for yourself.
Good, yeah, that's right, yeah.
So I just want to cover the brow.
Nothing wrong
so
with
I
using
can recreate my
stencils.
own
Do
features.
you think in high-end TV budget, any special effects people are just constantly doing everything freehand forever? No. Stencils are being used? Of course they are, especially under time constraints.
Cover the brow so I can recreate my own features.
Also in a face-off chair, Bernie's iconic look draws on 1990s New York club culture.
Oh, controversial!
Liner anymore because that is what's kind of worrying me a little bit.
Club kid looks.
While the other MUAs have drawn inspiration from famous figures, Jake has gone for someone closer to home.
My sissy.
My icon's my sister. My sister's into all that microblading, perfect crisp. So I want to kind of emulate that. Makeup done.
I don't know if I'm happy.
Inspiration from famous figures, Jake has gone.
Okay, I guess the proof will be in the pudding, so we have to see it, don't we? No, is that the saying? What's the saying? The proof is in the pudding is in the eating.
So I want to kind of emulate that.
I'm going to cream.
I don't know if I'm happy with that brow cover, so I'm just going to quickly redo it.
Okay, so he's taken off an eyebrow and starting again. An unconfident makeup artist would just keep working at it, hoping that things were going to turn out well. But he knows that this is a losing battle.
But for somebody who's in the face-off chairs because of not being able to stick to a time deadline, he's looking dangerously like he's in the same position again.
I'm in such a panicker, but I'm trying to hold it together.
I mean, a very valid criticism. Henry Holland Henry, seems to be actually quite on ball with his, like, professional judgments, obviously working in the industry as a designer. He will actually deal with makeup artists probably on a daily basis, I would imagine, if not daily, weekly. And that was a very astute judgment. I really like that. Something that we're just not used to seeing on this show, are we? No, stop it, don't say. Henry Holland red.
Pizza de resistance.
Hannah has started work on crafting the broken china effect she needs for her look.
And the purpose of using clay is to get a cracked texture on the skin.
Oh, lovely.
I have got a hairdryer with me, so I'm going to be plugging that in and blasting some hot air.
What do we call this, Val?
Mud.
Poo. No, this is fuller's earth, isn't it? And I predict that, you know, this will dry, it will crack.
Oh. So it'll be interesting what she then does to make it more interesting and really less like
poo.
Poo.
Poo Queens? Not Poo Queens on the game.
Inspired dragon mask. Eva's applying the scales with latex glue.
Ooh.
Eve, I've never really seen anything like this before. Can I touch this? I won't poke.
Yeah, as long as it's not too hard. Like,
What is it?
it's Play-Doh.
No, it is. It looks amazing.
It's not like a clay, so it's a little bit more foamy. So it'll last on the face and won't be too heavy.
So the darker bits right
Oh,
here.
she's
is
a resourceful
basically
woman.
a
Oh,
more
graphic
extreme
liner every
contour.
day.
Just really just carve out her face.
Ophelia's icon is H.R. Geiger, best known for his work on the film Alien.
Geiger's visuals are like...
It's amazing. It's not like a clay, so it's a little bit more
You shut up.
It'll last on the face and won't be too heavy.
I love H.R. Geiger's work, but my goodness, it's very like Nunny pain, vulva pain. Oh my goodness, is it vulva pain? I would hazard a guess and say that this is one instance of his work that could possibly appear on the BBC without being completely censored. H.R. Geiger is a Swiss artist, and I believe he only passed away recently, I want to say. It was probably a little bit longer than that now, isn't it? Incredibly moving, but also quite frightening artistic visions about how humans can be intertwined with the next evolution, which seems to be technology. Oh, very much the father of like sci-fi troubled art pieces. Love it, girls! Very GLaDOS.
Geiger's visions are like insane. So I just thought you're taken onto a spaceship by aliens and they do experiments on you.
Yes?
MUA.
That's very accurate, yes.
You've got an hour and a half left.
Hour and a half, girl. Getting them fucking jazz.
It took me an hour to do this. I need to get a move on.
That doesn't particularly look like an hour-long eye.
No.
This could be a real fall from grace.
Despite being yesterday's best performer, Brandon could still end up in the face-off elimination if his
I'm
Grace
not getting
Jones
Grace Jones
look
yet,
fails to
but
impress.
oh, these are two different looks, but I guess we will see.
Look fails to impress.
Like an hour-long eye.
A blue. That's a lovely blue. Kryolan blue. Vice.
Open your mouth slightly to me.
Vice also.
Kezia is a wonderful makeup artist, but not feeling the white mask.
No. The white jawline. I don't know what she's trying to say with it.
Well, you'll have to wait and see for the final look, won't you?
Wow. It's like a Smurf without a hat.
Yeah. I mean, he has given himself a huge challenge. I just want him to get a move on.
I mean, sure.
Like Hannah, Brandon is also using clay.
So with the hair, I've put a little bit of Fuller's Earth just to start cracking. And I want the idea that when she was in the rough space, she's always managed to break through. So when that cracking will kind of symbolise that.
I just want him to get a move on.
Okay.
I'm just going around some of the darker areas and just emphasising the cracks a little bit more with this kind of greyish blue that I've got.
Just close again for me.
Just to start cracking. And I want the idea that when she
This is going to be quite psychedelic. I'm going to do a lava lamp coming up the centre of your face.
I'm looking for like liquid gold. I want it to look like wet gold.
You're trying to make gold tears?
Yeah.
Yeah, I use exactly that. Literally make it really wet and then like press it on there and let it drip.
Okay.
Obviously, it's on my hand, so it's so it will like drip.
Should I start at the bottom of the drip so the most product here and pull it up?
No, top,
and let it drip.
Grab it so it's like natural tears.
Artists sharing techniques.
This is the technique that I was using last time, which is a makeup remover on a cotton bud. So I'm kind of like creating negative space. And I really think that the lines I create bring the whole look together.
Ooh, I really like this.
That's
going in very interesting directions.
Plasticine, porcupine, forehead, realness.
MUA's just under half an hour left. Just under half hour.
A sensible daytime bun for a sensible daytime woman.
I need to finish the other eye.
Oh!
So let's get cracking on that.
Let's get cracking, Gail. Going in very interesting directions. I don't know how they're going to judge this. I love the fact they were like, it could be someone you know.
Just put in some kind of editorial streaks on her neck.
Editorial streaks.
So I'm just building up some kind of yellow tones just to create the eyeball.
Look how the eyes are appearing. They look like they're open, but she's painted the eyeball on top of the lid.
It's so clever.
It is. I agree. A little bit rough around the edges,
So
but
I'm about
obviously
to do
this
one
is
of the biggest features, which is the
timing.
stripe.
Some kind of yellow tones.
Oh, yes, go for it, girl. One big stripe.
Look how the eyes are appearing. They look like they're open.
You think he's on blow up?
It's drying very slowly.
MUAs, you have 15 minutes left.
Moa. A little bit rough around the edges. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I think I might be enjoying this one, girly wigs. Oh, yes, go for it, girl.
I actually think this is something really quite interesting. Now.
Yes, I agree.
I'm not too worried about bits that are falling off because that sort of adds to the look of this kind of rotting, decaying figure.
Bits of rot, girls.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon it looks
A wig?
No, he wears a wig.
A hideous wig.
James and hello, Zoe. Do you think this looks too clowny?
Why don't you try on that lovely wig?
With the wig.
What's it look like without it?
Put the wig on the other way around?
I personally like his hair, but you know, your call.
Can't you
Can I
put
spray
orange?
your hair orange?
Yeah.
Last 5
Put some
minutes.
orange in the hair. Do like a
5
whoosh
minutes left.
or something.
5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Oh, this isn't working now.
It's all go, go, go right now. Absolutely. What's it look like without
Ooh. Oh, these are really quite lovely, actually. Oh, I think Jake's might be in trouble. It's a bit
Okay, I like the
simplistic,
orange.
even though it's expertly applied. Oh, I don't know.
He's opening
I would
his
have just been
screen
like whoosh, with some heavy paint like this. Oh, love it.
MUAs, your time is up. Hairdryer.
Your time is up, girl. Not be perfect.
You can take your models round the corner to be photographed.
Yes. 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 Cracking of the face.
We're going to start with Ophelia.
The foliage. Right, okay.
So my look is based on H.R. Geiger.
Bit basic.
I think this is stunning. You really brought out everything that makes his artwork instantly recognizable.
I don't think
I
she
think
has.
you are an incredible artist, but I felt like you were doing the same technique that you did last week, where you were doing negative spacing.
Well, that's not...
When are we going to see something new from you?
Okay. Well, negative spacing is a technique to improve artistry, so stop it. I don't think that look was as H.R. Geiger as it could have been. I don't know.
For my icon,
Love
I chose
this.
Mulan. The dragon represents strength and power in the Chinese culture, so I really wanted to get that across.
What have you used to create the 3D texture on the forehead?
Play-Doh.
Incredible.
I'm not high-tech, I don't.
Love that.
I think it's really smart. I think I'm obsessed with this. I think it's amazing.
Really, thank you.
Some
This
refining
look
and it could be
is
really
so
beautiful.
original. I've not seen anything like this before. I have to give you a ding dong.
Oh, dingly dongly girl. She's got a dingaling. Oh.
Thank you.
Yes, I also quite like that
Oh,
one.
it's amazing.
Love that.
I think it's really smart. I'm obsessed.
Shanice.
It's amazing.
So original.
So the person behind my look is Jimi Hendrix.
I don't think you pulled it off. You spent so much time on that guitar. That was where your focus of the makeup was. It doesn't feel very technical.
Okay. I wouldn't expect anyone in this room to stencil something as simple as a guitar shape.
Rude.
Okay, Jake.
So Shanice is in the bottom.
So I tried to do mood boards on like Pam Anderson, Anna Nicole, all the people that I do look up to and love, but there's no one in my life like my sister. So on the eye we've got like gold tears. They kind of represent my sister's emotions.
I think the most exciting thing about this nice makeup is the gold tears.
I do think it's
I just think it
effective.
could have done better.
It just needs
Don't think nice is a compliment. Making a liquid gold and dripping down the face does not a makeup artist make. That's simple.
Okay, Bernie.
Okay.
About this nice.
Very rarely do I agree with Dominic, but I do think it is a little bit simplistic for this design challenge. I think a little bit more was expected, so I don't think Jake has hit the brief this week. So I pretty much think at this point it's going to be Jake versus Shanice in the bottom.
Okay, Bernie. Bernie.
Jake has a lot of filler.
When I
Keen
was
observation.
trying to get some inspiration for this look,
Oh, I
I
don't
thought
know.
club kids in the club scene in New York.
When I first look at this, I think that there's some issues around the blending and the mixes of colour that kind of make it feel a bit like face painting at a kid's party.
Yeah,
You didn't prepare your canvas. You needed to get your white right first. Because it wasn't all completely matte all over, you were having trouble with some of your blending. However, I do think overall it's a pretty makeup.
Hannah.
Oh, I
you like
don't
to
think
come
that's top. It's not bottom. What is it? Top? No.
So the icon that
Oh, I
inspired
like it.
me was Marilyn Manson.
No.
He's quite scary, and that fascinated me, so I wanted it to be a little bit horror as well.
You're a smart cookie, and you worked your veins in amongst the cracked clay. I just thought it was absolutely
Marvellous. Amazing.
Brandon, would you like to come forward, please?
Okay, right. The Grace Jones look.
So
Okay.
my icon was Grace Jones.
I don't get Grace Jones in the
I wanted
slightest.
to incorporate some classic elements of Grace Jones, so like the strong, the powerful, the bold.
I think there's some really beautiful elements to this in the face, but I think when we're coming straight from the previous look and the use of clay in that look, this looks a bit like she's fallen headfirst into a cow pat, and then it's kind of combed
I mean, that's
back.
a bit of a harsh way of saying it. I don't think it lives quite up to the expectation.
The one person I don't see is Grace Jones. I just think if you think about power, is that soft and blended and a bit sort of floaty light? Is it?
No.
No. So then why did you do it? That's my
there's no,
worry,
like,
is that you're saying
strong
something, but it's not
structure.
translating.
Which is what I
Kezia.
associate with Grace Jones. Oh, I don't know, you know. Many people
I
could be I
chose
love
David
that.
Bowie for my icon.
Oh, I don't like the orange
the
in the hair.
white
That needs
is
to
not
be
really
different.
saying anything. Perhaps if this was a lot more angular, it might have told a bigger story.
I actually love it. I love these rich reds,
Love
and
the
the
blue.
gold across the eye. I
versus
really
the, like,
love this
pinky
combination.
oranges. Love it, girl.
Okay, James.
Right. I love this.
So my icon is David Bowie. He transformed the world of music as an art form because that's when I feel makeup became revolutionary as well.
Wow.
Definitely
I
a
think this
leading
is
influencer.
absolutely insanely incredible.
Yes.
It's not pastiche.
And remember what Val said? She said, I'd be doing his hair after I've done the makeup.
David Bowie.
Don't think so.
It's not pastiche. It's not too direct. It's so creative.
Last week you
It is
impressed
quite
me
direct,
with your
though, like, you
incredible
can really
work.
clearly see the
and then
influence.
today you come out and you give me this. When I come to the lightning bolt, the way you put the stipple in there, it's made it look like there is a light on that eye.
Yes, I agree.
And for that,
I love the
give
fact
you
you
the
can't
biggest
see the
ding
line
dong
for the bald cap
ever.
either. Well-deserved win, top of the week. What do they have? Top lady.
So much.
Not in the bin, definitely. Stacey Dooley's Woman of the Day.
If you'd like to go next door,
Right, here we go.
myself, Val and Henry will
Judgment.
discuss who will be in the face-off.
Right, who's it gonna be? I think Shanice, Jake, or well-deserved win. Not Bernie. I think it's Shanice and Jake.
He's
That's
failed
the
with the
feeling I
brief. The
have.
brief was to choose an icon and create a look that was representative.
Like, it's a
of the
nice
icon.
makeup look. It's really nice. I just
Shading
don't see
around
Grace
the
Jones.
guitar, I mean, that's not shading, that's just like mucky marks.
He hasn't done the best job to get out of the face-off elimination, but other people might have done worse and actually pushed him out. There is.
Yeah,
Failed
that's
with
the feeling
brief.
I have.
The brief was to choose an icon and create a look that was representative.
Like, it's a
of the
nice
icon.
makeup look. It's really nice. I just
Shading
don't see
around
Grace
the
Jones.
guitar, I mean, that's not shading, that's just like mucky marks.
New one. So, subscribe with the bell icon for engagement. Today we have a slightly more controversial one in the sense that the person that originally exposed got dragged more than the person that was being exposed. Did I say that right? The person doing the exposing was dragged more than the person being exposed. But I'm kind of stuck in the middle, so I'm just going to say this coming out the gate. I'm just going to say, I think both parties are somewhat at fault. And I'm just going to say that. Okay, so a lot of people think that the hairdresser is not at fault completely. She did nothing wrong. People are trying to justify the hair color that she did. I personally think she did a bad job. I know, shocking. But I also think that the person getting their hair done took it way too far. So I think sometimes on the internet we try to find the person that did right and the person that did wrong without realizing that life is more nuanced than that, and there's a lot more gray, and that both people can fuck up at the same time and that be completely fine and understandable. Okay, so that's where I'm at. I personally think both people messed up. One more than the other, kind of, because like there's only so far we can take a situation before you look crazy. But I also think the hairdresser did kind of a crap job. So, and I'm dealing with that. I would know about hairdressers doing a crap job because I'm dealing with that currently. So this is Lindsay, who originally did the exposing. She's on 400,000 followers, and she is a dental person, registered dental hygienist. Is that what it's called? Anyway, so yeah, she's on 400,000 followers, and this is her. Obviously loves her blonde hair, as do all blondes. We love our blonde hair, and when it goes wrong, we really just feel that for months to come. So she exposed this hairdresser that she's been getting her hair done by, and said that she basically did something completely not what she asked for, and then didn't try to rectify it. So that's kind of where the tea is coming from. So this is the first video that she posted, which was supposed to be like a transition video. I'm not gonna play the song because it's probably copyrighted. And then obviously this is what her hair looks like. Now, a lot of people said, what are you crying about? The hair looks fine. It actually doesn't. Even if she didn't tell me what she asked for, this hair doesn't look good. There's so many weird tones happening where even if you asked for an ashy blonde, you definitely didn't ask for it to be done like that. That doesn't look good. It doesn't look natural. It doesn't, well, it's not like things have to look natural, but it just doesn't look well blended. And you're probably looking at me thinking, wow, bitch, your hair doesn't look blended. Exactly. I would know about unblended hair. When your hairstylist ruins your hair story, coming soon. Girl, just wash it twice. People are dying, Kim. I cannot. The level this was taken to was wild. Now, I agree. The levels that she took it to, crazy. But if we just saw this initial TikTok, I think we can all agree that this hair doesn't look good. It's actually just toner. It will wash out. Yeah, but it just looks bad. Stylist here, the toner just grabbed to cool on your freshly lightened hair, but it will fade and you'll get longevity out of it before getting brassy. Hope this helps. Yeah, but like, that's not what she asked for. You know? Like if you ask for one thing and the hairdresser does something completely different and they go, yeah, but this will last longer. It's like, yeah, but I didn't ask for that. That's not what I asked for. I didn't ask for it to look good after I wash it out 20 fucking times. I think I'm more hurt about the story because I've been dealing with hair. You know, let me tell you guys my story. Sit down. So, I had a hairdresser that I loved very, very dearly, very kindly. So she never did me wrong. She always made it look like the blonde hair was growing out of my head, and it never looked bad. It always looked good. Okay. I had to move away. I moved out of London, yes, and I wasn't going to drive 2.5 hours each way to get my hair done because then I just wouldn't be consistent with it. So I tried to find a new hairdresser. And the first time I thought the hair looked fine, but she did things that I specifically said I didn't want. Like I didn't want a money piece and I had a money piece, but it's just little things where I was like, oh well, I'll give her another chance. Give her another chance, and she basically messed up any progress that my old hairdresser did. Because if you get blonde hair done, then you know that once you have a good hairdresser that you work with regularly, you don't always get the same thing done, and they just work on top of their own work. And if the work is done well to begin with, they're not fixing anything, they're just working on top of what you have. And if you build up a bit of a root and it's well blended, then you can use that root to your advantage. But if you have someone that just over bleaches your whole head and tones it wrong, then you have no more root to work with, and now you're having to add in a fake root that you would have just naturally had to work on top of, and now I'm having to wait a year for my root to come back out because now it's bad. I might actually put in some pictures of like how patchy it looked as well, because it reminds me of this, where like in videos it looks fine, but if you really hyper focus and once it washes out, you can tell just how patchy it is. So here's some pictures of me looking patchy as shit. Yeah, that's what this looks like to me. Like that line shouldn't be there. She over bleached this to do the root. She over bleached this, and then she applied just a toner throughout. And that's why this looks icy, this looks dark, and then it goes back to blonde. Like you can quite clearly see bands of colors. Like this just isn't well done hair at all. This isn't well done hair. But the levels to which Lindsay took this, like I would never, you know, I wouldn't make the first video and I wouldn't have made the 10th video. So this is actually the first time I'm talking about my hair struggles. Anyway, so this is the second video that she posted.
This is going to be multiple parts. I know you guys are just as shocked as I am to see my hair this color. For example, this is what my hair looks like This is what my natural hair has looked like my entire life. This was my hair 2 days before I went to go get more highlights in my hair, and this is my hair now. Here's the backstory.
Like, right, like if we tried to ignore who Lindsay is as a person, how annoying people find her, and just how far she's taken this, if she went in with this hair to get more highlights added in, and she's obviously got a very warm, beachy, buttery blonde in, exactly what I wanted, with some beautiful low lights that I bet are somewhat natural, a bit of a root that is somewhat natural, it's all blended and beautiful. This, how did we get there? How did we get there? Oh, I know. Over bleaching and then putting a toner on over bleached hair, leaving it looking at this, which I know is kind of counterproductive because it's like darker in this and more like orange, but that's kind of what happens. Like the toner will just grab onto the like really over bleached, over processed hair.
Area reaches out to me on Instagram, asks me if I will post in exchange for getting my hair done, and I do. I've been seeing her ever since, every 6 months. It's that time of year again, it's my birthday, I'm treating myself.
Every 6 months is a really long amount of time, to be fair. I think every 3 months is the way to go if you got blonde hair and you're looking to kind of add in highlights, and then you don't need a full head of highlights every time, you just kind of sprinkle some in.
Leave to go out of the country tomorrow night. So on Wednesday, I decided to get my hair done. I show her these inspiration photos and this one, what I want to be.
Okay guys, like come on, like that is not the same thing. And I know people said that she ended up using like purple shampoo on her own, but we can see what the hair looked like immediately when she got out of the hairdressers, and it didn't look good. And then the hairdresser tried to get her to like work on it herself. So at that point, we can't really blame her for what the hair looks like now, because we saw the picture immediately out of the hairdresser and it didn't look like this. But I also asked for this one time and didn't get it, so.
Hair, beachier, blonder, something different than what I usually do. I want to be lighter. She turns me around in the chair and my hair looks like this. It is.
Okay guys, come on. Come on. I know she's really annoying, and like these crying faces in the pictures that she posted are super annoying, but like that is not what she asked for. First of all, what is this chunk of hair? Right? It's just chunks of hair. Once again, like this patch here and this. I don't know what happened. I have no clue what happened here. But yeah.
I was so upset. I almost started crying in her chair, and then she decided to gaslight me and tell me it was not gray at all, that it was blonde, and I just needed to go home and wash it, and I needed to get...
There's also a thing about hairdressers sometimes that aren't maybe blonde hair specialists that think bright is ashy. Like, bright is not ashy. Ashy is actually ashy, and it's darker than just a really yellow blonde. And by yellow, I mean like in a good sense, like it's just a really like buttery blonde. Like ashy is dull. Ashy looks dark. But a lot of the time you'll ask for a bright and a hairdresser will just do icy every single time because that's all they know how to do when it comes to bright. That's what this looks like.
To it. As soon as I walked out, I got into my car, I texted her, I said, I'm having a meltdown. I sent her the photo, I sent her my inspo photos, and I said, I'm going to have to come back ASAP. I can't leave the house, it's super gray. I thought it was gonna be more blonde and light. This is after I washed it, okay? After I washed it, it was super gray. It looked horrible. This isn't even blonde. I was stressing out and she would not respond. I texted her again, I said, I washed it, it's worse. Are you available tomorrow? I'll come as early as you need. I don't want to go to Thanksgiving with this color. This is what it looks like now. Hours and hours and hours, no response. I questioned it. Then she says this whole message, this is like the bulk of it. She said in her eyes, that picture I showed her was a cooler tone blonde. That if I'm not happy with it, I can let it soak in dawn.
What? In her eyes, that was a cool blonde. I mean, that is warm. That is warm as shit. Or like maybe neutral verging on warm. I mean, if you're a hairdresser and you're looking at these two pictures and you're saying, I don't really see anything wrong with it, I've got bigger problems for you actually. We used for inspiration, my eyes were just a cooler toned blonde, which in turn I then explained would come up a bit darker in the beginning but would fade out 100. That is bull. I have never, no. That is bullshit. Because I've asked for that blonde before and I've got it before with my hairdresser and there was no need for it to be ashy or grey. It wouldn't just like fade out. If you're doing a job as a hairdresser and you're saying, this will look good if you wash it 5 times, then it doesn't look good. And it won't look good. I don't know what to tell you. Once again, this is what I mean by like, Lindsay is annoying. Yes. She's taken it too far. Yes. Was that a shit job? Yeah. Yeah, it was.
I showed her was a cooler tone blonde. That if I'm not happy with it, I can let it soak in Dawn dish soap and then reach out Friday to set up a plan. This is what my hair looked like. It was the same color as my towel. I said, it's like gray brown. I really wanted like the photos. Let's plan for Friday. I'm devastated. No response. Yesterday, did the Dawn dish soap, texted her again. Me in the shower with the Dawn dish soap, soaking, literally green and gray running out of my hair. No response. Go to part 2 to read what happened today and now why it is brown and red.
I mean, look guys, like it looks crap, okay? And she was right, it looked exactly like her towel. It was gray brown. It would wash down to a mousy blonde. Like it wouldn't wash down to a beachy blonde butter. I just think once again, it's like if you've never had your hair done blonde, you don't get it. You don't understand maybe why, like tonally that doesn't make sense. But if you had your hair done blonde, and you're a fellow blonde, put in the comment. Like, that wouldn't have washed down to that color anyway, in no capacity. Like, would have never washed down to that.
Part 2 of how my hairstylist destroyed my hair. So we're supposed to be planning for Friday, which is today. I call her, immediately gets sent right to voicemail, text her. I am leaving to go to the country. I'm trying to plan my entire day around this, which I understand she's busy and that's fine, but it's super unprofessional to have no communication and not set a time when you have messed somebody's hair up. So all day I'm waiting around to hear something. At this point, I'm thinking she's ignoring me. And I said, hi, I'm really upset. I'm not sure if you're busy with clients or if you're avoiding me, but I'm very self-conscious about the way my hair looks. I'm very unhappy. We planned today. From not hearing you, half the day's gone. This was sent around 1 o'clock. I said, this is what my hair looks like. I hope that something medically isn't going on.
Also this, like, I do understand the concept of highlights and a root and a blend, but this feels a bit like not blended highlights, but almost unintentional patchiness.
She's not in a hospital or something. I said, let me know what the plan is. I leave to go out of town. I've watched multiple times. This is not like the photos. And I sent her a picture of my hair. And then at 2 o'clock, she finally responds that she's been busy all day and wants to do tomorrow, which I leave to go out of the country tomorrow. I have to pack to leave. So I said, I prefer today. I thought that was the plan. And then she sends me this saying that I don't appreciate the way I've been spoken to with all this. I'm a human being. I have been stressed to the max. I paid $300 for my hair to turn gray when I have had beach blonde, natural blonde hair my whole life. I said, I can be there at 4. Maybe you're reading my messages wrong. I've been waiting all day and I'm worried. I get to her house. She's doing this out of her house, not a salon. Okay, so mind that. I get to her house, I sit down, I talk to her till I don't like the gray. It's not like the blonde that I've always had, doesn't have any blonde in it whatsoever. And I asked her how we could fix it. She told me that she could tone it and it would turn to the blonde photos of Sydney Adams that I showed her for my inspo photos. I said, if that's all it needs, then yeah, I'm trusting that your hair.
I hope she didn't say that, because there is no toner in hell that will fix whatever happened there. No toner in hell that will fix it. Unless you just like add in highlights with bleach and then you put toner on top, because there is just nothing that you could do with that, really. So
listen, you know what you're doing. She puts the toner on me, blow dries my hair. I turn around, I look at myself in the mirror, and I immediately start crying. Because now at this point, my hair is reddish, brownish. I don't know what it is. So I'm crying.
I mean, obviously it doesn't look like the inspo pictures. And if the hairdresser actually said, if I put toner on your head, you'll look exactly like those inspirational pictures, then she's only got herself to blame for how this whole thing went down, because you're setting up your client for failure. Like, you're saying unrealistic expectations, because I knew when she said, oh, we'll just put some toner on it and it will look exactly like the pictures. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Like, it just wouldn't.
The chair, and I'm going, oh my God, what is going on? Why is my hair this? And she backs up and tells me that she doesn't feel safe with me in the house and wants me to get out. She doesn't feel safe because she ruined my hair and was too embarrassed to admit it. So obviously I got up and I was like, I want my $300 back. You literally destroyed my hair. It seems like you sabotaged my hair. If you knew you couldn't do it, you should have said that. Walks me out, shuts the door on me, doesn't apologize, doesn't say anything, and I'm left with this reddish hair. And my birthday, I leave to go out of the country tomorrow. For example, this is my hair with the flash on. My hair is a coppery.
Okay. And a lot of people are saying, like, it looks healthy, it looks good, it looks nice. Like, that is red. Okay, like, if you wanted, bear in mind, I love going on Pinterest while filming videos. Here's my hair Pinterest board. She asked essentially for this. This is what she asked for, okay? Because I've also been asking for it. Thank you very much. She asked for this, okay?
I have no idea what this is. It is absolutely horrible, extremely unprofessional.
Guys, come on now.
Share this to
all of TikTok has been dragging her, but I completely get where she's coming from. I just think she took it too far, okay? Once you get your refund, and if you don't, too, sometimes you just need to make 1 or 2 TikToks and then leave it at that. There's no need for the, like, 20-part series, okay? So I can see both sides. I can see why people are angry at her, but I can also, if we just strip all of that down, take her personality out of it, take her, like, antics out of it, the hair is shit, okay? It's healthy, and if someone else asked for this, fantastic. If you asked for a coppery blonde, great. But she didn't. And so this is not, and it was $300. Do you know what I mean? It's not what she asked for.
Everybody, there is no reason why she didn't, one, own up to her mistakes, or 2, fix my hair. She decided to freak out and say that she didn't feel safe with me because I was crying and kick me out of her house. I have never experienced this amount of unprofessionalism in my entire life.
Someone said, these type of clients terrify me. I mean, it shouldn't terrify you if you just do what your client asks you to do or set realistic expectations, because this isn't what she asked for. And the hairdresser was seemingly saying things that weren't true. Like, oh, if we just put toner on it, it will look exactly like the inspo pictures. Obviously, she then started sobbing because it didn't.
Would have admitted to messing my hair up, I would have never posted. Number 2, if she would have apologized, I would have never posted. Number 3, if she didn't gaslight me in the chair and tell me this is beach blonde and that I was crazy and to get out, I would have never posted. People make mistakes. Things happen. I make mistakes every day. I own up to it. She messed up. She didn't want to take accountability and instead tried to gaslight me, tell me that this is beach blonde hair, which is what I originally had, and then kick me out of her chair. That is the reason that I'm posting. I am not posting character. I'm not posting because of anything else besides the fact that she lied to me, she scammed me, and then she kicked me out with no apology, knowing that I am going out of town today, and this is my hair for my birthday. Luckily, a local color correction stylist is going to fix me up today at 4. I used a color correcting toner to strip all the copper out of my hair last night, so I am left with a I guess you would call it brown hair.
So some people are saying that it was like a conspiracy theory that she toned her hair to make the hairdresser look bad, but I don't think it looked good to begin with. So she's probably just in panic mode now, really and truly. Someone said in the initial text she posted, she did apologize and say she would try her best to fit you in and fix it to the best of her ability. Not only that, she refunded you. You didn't have to post/bash her. Now this is where people get a bit, when did you get refunded, blah blah blah, because apparently she got a refund and then she kept on like dragging it on the internet, which at that point, what else do you want? So this is where I have to start disagreeing with her. I'm agreeing up until this point, I'm on Lindsay's side, and then after this, it's like, you got a refund, she said sorry, you felt like she messed up your hair, she sabotaged it, she kicked you out. Your feelings in this situation, they matter to you, but they don't matter objectively. So it's kind of like, what else can we do? You know, there's only so much we can do about this. It just feels kind of like she just wanted the whole internet to drag this hairdresser, which like, let's all be grown adults. There's no need for this.
Wanted to clear this up. Yes, when she turned it gray, she did apologize. Hence why I didn't post this when that happened. I was under the impression that she was going to fix this for me, but then I go yesterday for her to fix it, and then she turns it this dark color, gaslights me in the chair, tells me that this is bright bleached blonde, and that I am crazy, and that she does not see any darkness about my hair at all. And that is why I made the post.
I mean, guys, I know the lighting is off, but like blonde hair should just look blonde. If you really want like a super bright blonde, it will look bright blonde in most lightings. That is brown. Like, if we're really, I know sometimes I have blonde blindness and I think something's not blonde when it is, but that is brown. If she said online, separate from this, right, if she never talked about this and she went online and she said, I love being a blonde with that hair, people will be like, you're crazy, that is brown hair. Because I've seen this happen before, people are like, you're literally not a blonde.
If she knew she could not fix the gray and that she was sorry, she should have told me that. She should have said, I don't know how to fix it, here's your money back, I apologize, I would have let the whole thing go, I would have never put this on social media. But yet she sat me back in the chair, gaslit me, turned it this dark color, and then kicked me out. And that is why I'm posting this. Again, wanting to clear things so everybody knows the...
If that's how the story went, then like, kind of fair enough. She could have just said, I don't really know how to fix it, let's just drop it. Because that's what I would have done. If I knew I couldn't fix it and I couldn't get it to that beach blonde, why would I say, I'll put some toner on it and it will look bleach blonde if I couldn't do it? That's obviously setting yourself up for failure. Copyrighted music, so obviously she's going to do the transition to a new hair. So bear in mind, this is the hair that, you know, we ended up with from the hairdresser. Okay, guys, come on. This is literally what she asked for from the get-go. Now do we see the difference? Now do we see the difference? And obviously it wasn't just slapping on a toner. He obviously added, I think she said it was a he, added in extra highlights. Obviously had to like bleach some of it and then tone it down. The fact you keep saying copper is crazy. There wasn't any copper to begin with. What? Like, sometimes I feel like people on TikTok literally, like, the moment they make up an opinion about a situation, they will gaslight themselves to believe that situation. We can believe that both people are annoying at the same time. You can think that Lindsay is annoying, but also admit that her hair was actually kind of coppery and was brown. Yeah. Why am I making noises now? When you showed us the video of your hair with the flash on, your hair looked super shiny and not damaged at all, but she didn't say it was damaged. She said it wasn't blonde. Come on, open your eyes and ears and listen to what people are saying. She didn't say it was unhealthy. She didn't say she damaged my hair. She said, I asked for a blonde and you didn't give it to me. I actually feel like I'm going crazy sometimes with these people on TikTok. Saying it was copper was actually insane, bestie. The other color looked way better. Guys, please, let's admit when we're being biased. Let's admit when we're not, you know, because at this point people are saying whatever they are saying just to prove a point. But actually the point is the initial hairdresser did a really shit job, but Lindsay is a bit crazy. Like, that's the actual truth, right? If we actually break it down, the initial hair job was bad, the fix was bad, Lindsay took it way too far, but both people can be wrong and right at the same time. That's kind of just life. So this is the update now to the story. Oh, her hair looks so good. It's blonde, it's good, you know. At the end of the day, I know this was shit for everyone involved, but at least she's got the hair that she wanted, I guess.
This is going to be the last and final video that you will see about the hair drama because it is now going into legal hands. So once this video is done being posted.
This is what I mean, okay? Girlie, I'm on your side. The hair looked bad. And I'm so glad you got it fixed and you got your refund and life is good and life is great. Legal action? 20 TikToks. Let's, you know, let's draw the line somewhere. We have to draw the line somewhere.
The rest of my page will be back to my scheduled content. I wanted to start this video off by saying this. Number one, I never bullied anybody. Sharing an experience online and calling somebody unprofessional is not bullying. I kept matters business-wise, yet now she's taking it personal. She's liked multiple hate comments about how she hopes karma gets me. She's exploited her 13-year-old son to be a part of something that has so much hate driven behind it. I'm getting death threats every day. I hope that she is not getting that, especially now that her son is involved. She's making repetitive videos. I posted the videos that were connected from my story time and the hairstylist video. I have not posted any more about it because I've left it alone. I ended up deleting the video of my hair being done in the salon because the poor stylist that opened her salon after hours to help me is now being bullied and harassed over the internet. It's extremely unacceptable. My dental hygiene license number is being put on people's pages and people are fake reporting it to lose my job. I'm a travel hygienist. I work somewhere different every single day. I work there for the day, and I worked in a place back in October, and now that place is being put all over TikTok pages and people are calling and harassing them. I have no words for the amount of hate that I've gotten. I have, yes, filtered my comments because of the death threats that I'm getting underneath my videos. I also never use 2 bottles of Dawn dish soap. That is also a lie. Between me and my mom, you could see the staining of the gray on my forehead, and then here is me literally stating that I only washed it once, not 2 bottles of dish soap. I knew she was going to be fixing my hair on Friday, so I did not want to destroy the hair that I knew was going to be fixed. Those videos that I posted, not 2 bottles of dish soap. I knew she was going to be fixing my hair on Friday, so I did not want to destroy the hair that I knew was going to be fixed. Those videos that I posted were after my hair had turned the darker color. I did not run to the internet the first time she messed my hair up. Mistakes happen. Things happen. I make mistakes. I own up to them and I move on. The reason I posted the video is because I was gaslit in the chair and told that my hair was beach blonde, my regular blonde color, when it was not. And then I was told to get out. I also never asked for an ashy blonde hair. $130 an hour for 3 to 5 hours. I showed her these 2 photos, this one and also this one. In my eyes, those were not ashy blonde.
Literally, like, it's not what she asked for. I don't know why everyone's like gaslighting her now. I know she's annoying, I know, and I know she took it too far, but let's not act like we can't see the difference in the pictures. Like, now she has what she asked for. What she had before, she obviously wasn't that. And if you pay $300, you should expect it to look the way that you asked it to look. The thing is about me is I'm not very confrontational, so I just won't say anything, right? I'm just a bit like, oops, I'll just go to someone else. But there are some people that are confrontational, and I kind of sometimes wish I was like that. But then sometimes you take it to the internet, and if you're just a little bit too annoying, people won't acknowledge the fact that the hair job was
If the stylist thought that those were a cooler, ashy, whatever you want to call it, I'm not a hairstylist, I don't know the colors, gray, blonde, she should have pulled up a photo on her phone and showed me and asked me if that was what I wanted before we started. And yes, I showed her in the beginning of our appointment my hair that had turned an ashy, cooler, whatever tone blonde in the past, and specifically asked her not to do it like this. I did not do it at the end of the appointment. That is,
you know, it's like my money piece story. I said, hey, no more money piece, please. And what did I end up with? A money piece.
Also another lie, here are the photos from 2019. This is how my hair is, like this silvery color. I asked her not to make it like this. I also showed her this one, that stylist.
And it looked exactly like that. Now, I'm gonna say, if you're going intentionally for this kind of blonde, like the ashy blonde, good for you. What I have noticed is hairstylists that don't actually know how to do blonde hair, you'll ask for blonde of any shade, tone, and vibe, and they'll just give you this every single time. I don't know why this is the like go-to for hairstylists that don't know how to do blonde hair. Like, this is the go-to for when it messes up, and they just go toner, ash. Have fun with that. Like, anytime I've had hair done by someone who just didn't know what they were doing, that's what it looked like.
Fixed my hair the same day when he knew that I was unhappy, and I've been seeing him for years since. The only reason I stopped going to him is because she reached out to me and asked me to do my hair for free a couple years ago. I still maintain contact with him, and he has reached out to me during this entire thing. So there is no past experience, whatever you guys want to call it. I want to talk about the premeditation things and that you guys are saying because I didn't want to pay the $300 or the $200 whatever with the tip. I have always given Goldie money as a tip, even though she didn't charge me for a service after. So the money side of things doesn't make any sense to me. Also, why would I premeditate my hair being destroyed before a birthday trip out of the country? And then
I hate that on the thing. Sometimes the audio is like delayed on TikTok. If that's annoying you guys, please just close your eyes and don't look.
Side of things doesn't make any sense to me. Also, why would I premeditate my hair being destroyed before a birthday trip out of the country and then have to pay to get it fixed? I'm not going to show the amount that I paid the stylist that fixed my hair because she is already getting enough hate, but yes, I did pay for her service.
She, not he. For some reason I thought it was a guy.
After a large tip. But here is quotes that I've gotten for color correction. So why would I want to pay this amount when I could have just paid what it was in the beginning to have it how I liked it? So let's take out the money side of things because that doesn't make any sense. I never screamed at her. I never towered over her. I sat in the chair and I cried and I asked her why she did this to me. And she told me, I didn't do anything. Your hair is blonde, when it was clearly a very dark color. Call it copper, call it brown, call it whatever you want. It was not blonde. And I have every right to get a refund when my hair is not anything how I like it. And I've been back twice. So for those of you guys saying that I should have paid, that doesn't make any sense. The reason that my fingers were people saying purple is because of this. I never use purple shampoo. She told me not to use purple shampoo. The day that I left, when I had...
Also, there'd be like no point of using purple shampoo because it would just make it more ashy. Like, if she's asking for a beachy yellow blonde, why would she use purple shampoo? I don't get it.
My fingers were people saying purple is because of this. I never used purple shampoo. She told me not to use purple shampoo. The day that I left, when I had that coppery brown color, I knew I wasn't going to be going back to her because of how things ended. And I did not think I was going to be able to get into a salon before I left. And I did not want to leave with a reddish undertone tint in my hair. So I had many hairstylists reach out to me and ended up getting this from my friend. This is a blue shampoo. It's supposed to neutralize that orange tone. This is what I used and why my fingers looked a little of that darker color. And this is why my hair ended up looking that like brownish color after instead of the reddish color. But still was not what I liked and did not feel confident in. I was lucky that the hairstylist that reached out to me and opened her salon was able to get me in after hours, and I was there till 9 o'clock at night. I had a 4:30 flight in the morning. All of these breeders that are taking my video and making parody versions and trying to make me look like such a terrible person, shame on them. That's how they're getting money. That's how they're getting paid. I'm also getting paid off of this. I've been very straightforward with you guys from the get-go that I get paid off of TikTok. I didn't make this whole story to get paid off of TikTok about my hair. I wouldn't go through the emotional trauma of my hair being screwed up to make a couple $100s. That also doesn't make any sense. Yes, I am getting in touch with multiple lawyers about the whole entire thing and letting things play out in the hands of the law. At the end of the day...
See, this is where you lose me. Because you had me. I was nodding along for 6 minutes. 6 minutes. I was nodding along. And you lose me. Legal action for what? For what? This is where you lose people, girly. Like, this is actually not... this is not fun.
It is an illegal hair salon without a business license in an HOA property that does not allow it. And her saying my screenshots are premeditation, I'm sending these to my mom to tell her what's going on. I don't live with my mom. I'm showing her the pictures and telling her what's going on. I also want to point out the fact that it may look like I'm harassing her, but if you look at the timestamps of the messages, they are sent over the period of 3 days. Bottom line is, she should have never let me leave the salon when I was unhappy with my hair the second I looked in the mirror. She should have taken accountability, fixed my hair that day. I got out of there around between 3 and 4 o'clock. She could have easily done something to my hair so I would leave happy. I shouldn't pay $300 for a service and be told to go home and wash my hair with Dawn dish soap. Here are timestamps. 7.
I completely agree with that though. Like, any hairdresser that does hair and you mess it up somehow, because that was a mess up. Like, that wasn't what she actually wanted. And even if she never, during the consultation, never said any words and just showed you that picture, like, what you did not look the same at all. So you messed up, okay, as a hairdresser. You shouldn't let them leave without fixing it. And if you can't, then in that moment you should say, don't touch it, I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. and set like an actual, so they don't have to keep on harassing you, and they don't, like, that's your job as a hairdresser, because you messed it up. The inspo and the real life didn't add up. I don't care if it looked good, it looked healthy, it looked blah blah blah, I don't care. The inspo and the thing didn't look the same. And so it's your job as a hairdresser to say, don't touch it, I'm so sorry, I can't do it right now because I've got a client right after you, but come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. or Friday at 3 p.m. and I'll get it done for you then. She shouldn't have had to harass her. But she was harassing her because she wasn't messaging back. And I know that was over Thanksgiving, blah, blah, blah. But she shouldn't have had to harass you about it, you know?
I shouldn't pay $300 for a service and be told to go home and wash my hair with Dawn dish soap.
Here, that's another thing, like, you pay $300 to then be told, like she said, to go home and wash your hair with dish soap. Like, no. No. I wouldn't be paid to do that. So I wouldn't pay to do that. Like, no one could pay me to get hair and then go home and wash it with dish soap.
7 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock the next day. I was not blowing her phone up. This is over a period of time. And as a professional, you should respond back and say, I will get back in touch with you, not just completely ghost your client. 9:30, the day we were supposed to get together at some point. And I waited until 12 to text her again. This was the day of the appointment. As soon as I left, when she knew I was upset, I had texted her. And then no response, so I sent her a picture at 5 after I washed my hair one time with Dawn dish soap. Knowing that I was unhappy, she could have A, fixed it that same day that I was sitting in her chair telling her I wasn't happy, or B, set up a time and sent a confirmation text with a time for Friday.
I just said that. Well, great.
Or Saturday morning or something. Don't just leave your client hanging and waiting and hoping that eventually they're gonna get back in touch. But the hate has got to stop. People make mistakes. That's okay.
Okay, so she's obviously limited her comments, but she said 1, I never used 2 bottles of Dawn dish soap. 2, never asked for Ashley Silver Blonde. 3, never used purple shampoo. I keep getting these questions. I mean, she used blue shampoo, but it was after she already decided to not go back to her. So at that point, like, it doesn't matter for the story, I guess. I think people may be confused. I went to her originally and she accidentally gave me grey hair. I went back to her to fix it and she put darker tone over my hair. Then told me my hair was blonde. Yeah, so this is Just Goldie, the person that did the hair. She's got almost 40,000 followers, and this was her response that she initially posted.
I'm gonna start by saying that this is not an apology video, it is an explanation video, since I wanted to put my part out there, since everybody has their own take on the situation. 2 people that know what happened is me and this girl. So I'm gonna say my part and my side, and hopefully you guys can understand a little bit about what happened. I'm gonna start by explaining our partnership collaboration details that started in 2022. We had an agreement that if she got her hair done for free, that she would post some Instagram videos or photos to get my name out there. So we did that a couple times, and every time I wanted to film, I reached out to her and asked her if she was ready to get her hair done again, and we would just do a collaboration. Yes, I was at a few different salons in this specific town that I live in. Most people work for themselves, so it truly doesn't matter where you're working out of. It's still your own business and your name that you stand by wherever you are. So this specific time, said girl reaches out to me and asks if she can get her hair done for her birthday trip coming up. And I said yes. Then and there, in my mind, I was like, since she's asking for the appointment, I'm just assuming that I'm just going to charge her. In between the first time that she got her hair done and this time, she did show up with Starbucks and $100 to $200 in cash that I had never asked for. But the first few times, I received nothing except for the exchange in videos that we had discussed, and I'm 100% okay with that. I never asked for money. This time, she comes in, sits in my chair, and we have a lengthy consultation because she's doing something different than she's done in the past. And so anybody who sits in my chair knows this, and I'm sure you can see from the comments of my clientele the lengthy consultation that I give them to assure that this is what you want and this is what I'm going to do for you. She said, I want to do something different than I usually do. This is the photo of what I have in mind, but a touch cooler. I said, I can do that. I can do that. But I said, it's going to come up a little darker.
So this is an added element to the story. She said this, but a little bit more icy. So, but then again, like, I think they were just having a massive miscommunication. Maybe it's a good thing that she's going on to someone else. Like, this kitty isn't working.
Since ashy cooler tones absorb light and golden tones reflect light, which means that it looks brighter to the eye. Fast forward until we're blow drying, and she's like kind of looking in the mirror, and I'm like, okay, it came up a little bit more, you know, grayish tones than I had expected. And so I looked at her face and I could see her panicking, and I was like, hold on, like, let's finish blow drying and then we'll talk about it. And I finished blow.
So she admits that it came up darker than she wanted it to come up, right? It came up more gray and darker than she wanted it. She wanted it icy, and it would look less bright than the inspo pictures because it's a little bit colder, cooler of a shade. But she knew herself when she looked at it. She said, that is darker and more gray. So it's like, clearly she knew she messed up. Do you know what I mean? But then like all the rest of it is like insane. I don't know. This whole story is just so like.
And she like stands up, looks closer to the mirror, and she's like, is it blonde? It looks gray. And I said, let's go to the window and look in the sunlight. Hopefully that seems a little brighter to you. And she's like looking in her like camera and in the mirror, and she was like, no, like, I'm not sure about this, like, this has happened to me before. And she shows me a photo of her in the past, and she did say that she went home and cried about it and immediately went back to the hairstylist to fix it, and it didn't work. So the next time she went back and bleached it, and it was fine. And she showed me a photo, and there was clearly some breakage in the photo after she said that that she had rebleached it, the stylist had rebleached it. And in my head, I'm like, okay, if that situation happens, I will not rebleach it because I will not be the stylist that breaks your hair. The next thing she said was that she was going to go home and immediately shampoo it, and I asked her if she would wait a couple days to do that, and she said no, that she wanted to go home right now and shampoo it. And I told her, I said, look, go home, shampoo it, if that's what you want to do, go to Thanksgiving, have a good time, and by Friday, if you want to shampoo it again in the morning, you can do that, and then let's get in touch with each other, see how you feel, and if you're still not happy, come back in. That's what happened. I then also told her that it was $275 for the color that we just did, and she sent me $300.
I couldn't be a hairdresser because after all of that, to then be like, and that would be $275. Thank you. Thank you. I just couldn't be a hairdresser.
I have faith in humanity that she would be on the same page as me, but she wasn't. She went home and immediately texted me all those texts, and I shut down. I got really scared, and because this is my...
Okay, guys. Okay, so she immediately in the chair was like, I don't like it. You say $275, she sends you $300 because there's like a tipping culture in America where even if the job is you should still give a bit of a tip. She then goes home and obviously sees it in a different light, goes home, probably cries about it, and immediately sends her some pictures. Why is she shutting down? Like, this is your job. You should be used to being able to take criticism. If you know that you're a good hairdresser and you know like, oh, this came out a little bit different than I wanted it to, but I know how to fix it because I'm a good hairdresser, then someone saying, hey, I'm like really panicking, shouldn't be an issue to you, because you as a hairdresser should be completely okay with separating yourself from the job and saying, yeah, 100% we can do this, this, and this to fix it, and blah, 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 blah. Like, surely we can both, me and you watching this, we can tell that like, they're both just kind of incompetent at this, right? We can both tell. Please.
Nightmare. And it was happening in front of my eyes. And I knew that the next morning I had to be up early and get ready for Thanksgiving since I was hosting for my friends and family. So I did what every anxious girl does and shuts her phone off when something seems overwhelming. And so I did. I went grocery shopping with my girlfriend.
When something seems overwhelming, you like one's hair. And I know it's Thanksgiving, so she should have just said, instead of like ignoring her, which is so unprofessional, just say, hey, I know, I can see now from the pictures that you're sending that like it's not what you really wanted. I'm really busy right now with Thanksgiving. Hope you enjoy yours. Can I see you whatever the day after Thanksgiving was at 2 p.m. You know, set a time and place. Being an anxious girl doesn't excuse incompetency and unprofessionalism. Hot take. If you're providing a service that's actually quite expensive, the whole like, I'm just anxious, I just couldn't handle it, it was overwhelming, doesn't cut it. It just doesn't.
And when I came home, I opened it and I saw the way she was blowing me up. There's no way that I can get her in tomorrow since I have plans. I'm closed. I'm like any other business, no matter where I operate out of. And so I let her know, pretty sure I let her know that night, that I am closed on Thursday and that I am so sorry and I want you to be happy. I'm closed tomorrow, so do a cleanse with Dawn dish soap, let it sit for 5 minutes, let it rinse out. This is just a little trick that some girlies use at home. Hairstylists don't do that, that's fine. But if she was home, I was like, that it should work. And so that's what I told her to do. And she continued.
And I mean, dish soap like strips the out of your hair, so maybe she should have not done that, like not told her to do that, because then obviously you can apply toner on top of that. Your hair is so dry that it's just going to soak up the toner. That's probably why it went so like dark and brown and coppery, because it just absorbed the hell out of the toner. So maybe that was a bad bit of advice to give her, which once again, as a hairdresser, you probably should know that.
Send me updates. Anyway, Friday comes, I have a full book. I reached out as soon as I had a minute, and I let her know that I did not like the way that she was speaking to me. She had texted me all those times. What she didn't tell you guys is that she also messaged me on Instagram. She also called me twice. One time left me a minute-long voicemail about everything that she had to do, and so she had to come in today. And so I was like, you know what, I have 45 minutes. I'm gonna let her come in, and we're going to decide what to do. When she came in, she told me that she had used 2 full bottles of Dawn dish soap on her hair, and my hairstylist heart like kind of shattered, because that is not good for your hair. It can't be. So I had her come to the shampoo bowl, and I used Mostly Clear, a ½ ounce of 8WG Redken Shades of Q, and anybody who knows using Dawn dish soap or any kind of clarifying shampoo, especially that's not made for your hair, is going to open up your cuticle and dry out the hair, and it's going to need any kind of moisture, and Redken Shades has all the stuff that your hair would like. And so it grabbed a little darker than we had both expected. And so
then we had both, like, it just seems like she's constantly taking herself away from the job. Once again, the girl, crazy, like so much happening, whatever. Let's take Lindsay's personality out of this. Both times now she has said, oops, this came out darker than I expected. Are you not the hairdresser? Are you not the oh, my stomach is grumbling and rumbling. Are you not the hairdresser? Like, do you not take any accountability for, oops, it came out darker than expected? Then who expected? You're doing the job, you know? I don't know, am I just the only one that's like, take some accountability for your work or something? I don't know.
After I finish blow drying it, she takes a look in the mirror and she bends over and she starts wailing. Why would you do this to me? You ruined my hair. I've been so nice to you. She stands up and towers over me and is yelling at me, saying that she had sent so many people and that I ruined her hair and that it's brown. It's also red. And why would I do this to her? And I froze. And I looked at her with her bloodshot eyes and I said, I don't feel safe with you here. So I asked her to leave. And while she's screaming at me, she says, I'm not leaving until I receive a refund. So here's the refund. Am I happy with?
Well, okay. She said, I was not hiding, I was gathering my words, so here it is. Did I just report all of Lindsay's videos about the situation for bullying and harassment? Yes, and I would do it again. Okay. I was blonde for 20 years and I can't even count the amount of times I was overtoned. It always washes out after a few washes. I never tried cancelling my stylist. The repeated messages after you told her you'd be in touch Friday was wild. I had my hair dyed blonde once, and after we blow dried, I'm not sure what toner she used, but it came out bluish green. I got it fixed and never went to the internet to insult her. Maturity. I've had a stylist ruin my hair. She did everything to make it right. I was just thankful it looked nice. Lindsay doesn't look bad. It's just not what she wanted. That's a big difference. Yeah, but it's not what she wanted. Toner's a hard, girl. Everyone's hair is different and you never know how it will process. You're only human. You got this. It's her job to know how it's going to process. That's why you do a strand test. That's why you look at the hair and use your eyes. It's like, if we can't trust a professional to know how the toner will work, who can we trust? Who can we trust? Anytime I get my hair done professionally, I have already accepted that it's probably not going to be 100% what I expected. People are not robots. We all deserve a little grace. Am I being unsympathetic here? Guys, please let me know. Please, don't cancel me. Don't cancel me, but am I being a bit unsympathetic here? Because everyone else seems to accept that, like, they'll pay for something they don't like. But we should all have grace for people. Grace and love. No. Anyway. And also she is saying that like, everyone's basically saying that like Lindsay posted too many videos about it. I wrote down that she posted like 8-ish videos about it, and that was like too much, people are saying. Okay, but she has also posted, this Just Goldie girl has also posted like a bunch of videos about it. So this is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Like they basically posted the same amount of content, guys, like ish. Okay, so let's not be dramatic.
First of all, I don't have to do anything. Second, I did apologize. I said I was sorry that I didn't give her exactly what she wanted. I also said that I was really sorry that she wasn't happy. I told her over text and I told her in person a couple times. Ultimately,
so someone in the comments said, we definitely have your back. But that being said, you did owe her an apology for not giving her what she wanted.
I do what I do because I want to make my clientele happy. And if that's not the goal, then I wouldn't do what I do. I wouldn't be a hairstylist. That being said, everybody's asking for the photo of the after that I took of her. It was not styled. It was not prepared for any kind of photos, but because I had a feeling that something was about to happen, I was like, let me show you a photo of it. I'll take it for you so you can see what it looks like with natural lighting, like behind you. In the area right there, it was darker, and I told her that. So I took the photo, and that's exactly what it was. There's no edits on it. I can add it after, but there's no editing. That's exactly what it looked like. Here's the thing about blondes. It looks different in every lighting. Every room in the house will look different. Every angle of the camera, every photo, everything is going to look different. I already owned up to everything. I already put it all out there, and I will add the photo, and I will block out her face because I'm not that person. Even though I want to be. I really, really, really want to be. Trust.
Okay. Hold on, wait a minute. It looks better than in the other pictures. That's for sure. Is it exactly what she asked for? No, it's not. But it looks more manageable, if that makes sense. Oh, it's gorgeous. I'm a stylist and expected a bit of a muddy, overtoned mess. This is lovely. I'm so confused. It looks good.
Correct. And she only told me about that time after the appointment was done.
Someone said, I just saw a post she made in 2019 complaining about her hair then too. It seems like this is something she just does.
From what she told me, from her years of experience doing social media and her age, if my math is correct, 2019 would have been 2 years into her doing social media. She knew what she was doing. So if you know your angles, you know your lighting, you know where you look your best, you know the coloring and everything without filters, let me say, then you also know where you're not really going to like the certain coloring that the lighting will bring out. So if you're going home and sitting in dark lighting or no lighting at all with just your flash on, it's very evident what you're doing. I want to talk about filters, and then I want to talk about her tan in person. She told me that she had gone to the tanning bed for about a week before I had seen her. She was definitely tan, but not as tan as the filters are making her seem. It literally says in the TikTok, it literally will say the filter that it's using. Use it on yourself. See how tan it makes you, and see if it changes your hair color too.
She posted that she was suing you. She is literally insane. Team Goldie till I die, sue her for defamation. That's what I said. Like, the hair job wasn't good for what she wanted. She got it fixed, but it looked worse. She said sorry, and she gave a refund, and you then had your hair fixed by someone else, which is good. We love that. What else do we need? You know, the legal route is not necessary. The 20,000 videos is not necessary. So here's another video that she posted. Taking back my safe space one day at a time. So obviously it's because of how she felt because of her. And then she posted this TikTok as well.
On what grounds?
I'm assuming that's a response to the legal, like on what grounds are we doing legal?
Remember who started this and who put my name in the caption. I have never once mentioned her name. She came on here as if I haven't been her stylist for 2 years and I don't know everything about her. So I want to make it really, really clear that this will go nowhere. I am fully licensed, I have the right documents, and I have the proper setup. Saying that there are other clients that have been in the situation that you've been in, I can very confidently say that that is the first person that I have ever asked to leave. So where are the receipts? Really, if anybody has ever been in that situation with me and they have not had a good experience, please let me know. I will do anything to rectify that, and I know that everybody knows that, which is why it hasn't happened to me before. And while I'm sitting here wondering why is this bothering me more than it should have, especially if a lot of these rumors and stipulations are not true, and it dawns on me that this isn't the first time this has happened to me. I am that girl that has never been accepted into a friend group because I wasn't as cool or I wasn't as good.
Okay, so we get it. She feels basically like she's being bullied by like the popular girl, essentially, right? Where is my voice going? Lindsay's definition of a brat. It is wild how oblivious that Lindsay girl is. She's the type who would punch you in the face and try and sue you for your face hurting her hand. If she only had a brain, don't worry about it. Yeah, I just think it's gone like too far now. You know? Like, it's just gone too far. It's bad hair, but like everyone's had bad hair before. It's fine. And then she posted this, which is like lip syncing to a song. She says, the toughest part is that we both know what happened after you went home. So just using a sound to basically talk about how she's essentially lying. Now that we've both of us have seen the content, what do we think? I think the initial hair job wasn't what she asked for, but it didn't look as bad in the hair stylist's lighting as it did when she went home. She then put a lot of dish soap on it, which then the toner caught onto and made it more coppery and even darker and more brown. She got her refund, but she didn't get the communication that she wanted because it was Thanksgiving. So like, what can we expect? And now she's had her hair fixed, she's got the refund. What are we suing for? What are we suing for? So do you guys see how, like, if she had just posted a few videos here and there, she might have got the internet side. But because of how far she's taken it and the extent that she's gone to, she's never going to get the support for the story that she wanted and maybe even deserved. Right? You guys let me know what you think, though. Subscribe, hit the bell icon for engagement. I'll see you guys in my next one. Bye, guys. Hey guys, so today we have a MOMTOK video, and I've briefly mentioned MOMTOK a while back, but never really covered all the drama, because if you want to see the drama, you can just watch the show. It's actually quite entertaining. But yeah, they have a show on Hulu, I think it is. You can watch it on Disney Plus, called Mormon Wives, and it's mainly like a Taylor, who's like the main one in the middle, and she just kind of has passing drama with everyone and everything, but like people still really like her. And then she has a new relationship that's like really bad. There was like a police thing happening where the police were called, and she allegedly like threw a chair at him and it hit her kid by accident. I don't know why people just gloss over that when they talk about her, because she's actually been getting a lot of love recently, and I get it. I think everyone can make mistakes and blah blah blah. I just think there are lines that we don't cross, like endangering your children because you're in a toxic relationship. And then she got pregnant with that guy who people have a lot of opinions on. He seems to just not be a fan favorite. His name's Dakota, I think. Anyway, so they barely hint at the fact that they all used to swing. So they're all Mormon couples that used to swing, and that was the whole like drama on TikTok with MOMTOK, was that they would all just like share wives and husbands. Apparently it was soft swinging, so no like actual full swinging, but like swinging enough. I just always wonder, what is the difference between Mormon people and atheists? Because everyone claims that it's like atheists have no moral code and like do crazy stuff, but every time I hear about Mormons, you guys are doing something that I would never think of doing. Doing ketamine, you know, swinging. Like, I just don't do stuff like that. And I'm not Mormon, so then where do we get our morals from? Because people claim it's from religion, and then it just never is. I'm not saying that ketamine is like a immoral thing to do. I'm just saying like there are definite boundaries and guidelines for being religious, and you guys seem to either run through those boundaries or like graze them just enough where it's questionable. Because I'm sure if you can't drink caffeine and you can't have tea or coffee, then you also can't do ketamine. Like, I'm sure of it deep in my heart. I don't even have to be a Mormon to say that I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And you also probably shouldn't be swinging. Like, if you can't have sex before marriage, and if like, you know, there was I think one of them on the show was like pregnant as a teen, and that obviously was a bad thing, then surely swinging in your marriage is also a bad thing. But it's also Mormons that do like soaking, and what's the other one that was like soaking and something else. Shout out to my Mormons. I'm not attacking you right now. I'm sure there are so many Mormons out there that actually follow the rules and like stick with them and don't do anything crazy, but there is definitely a large group of you guys that clearly don't really like the rules but like being Mormon because you don't want to be excommunicated, so you end up just kind of slipping and sliding all over the rules as you please, right? Anyway, there was that. There was the hinting at swinging. Now, most of the girls that were on this show were actually not in the swinging drama, which was really confusing to me, because when I saw Mormon Wives on Hulu, I thought they were going to talk about mainly the swinging and like the repercussions of it and what happened and like the fallout of swinging and how it can like ruin your friendship group, because I think there's one thing about swinging and there's one thing about swinging within your friendship group that you're seeing all the time. Surely everyone knew that was going to cause drama. Surely. That's so incestuous. Like, everyone's just swinging back and forth. But most of the girls that are in this show weren't the ones swinging, because those girls didn't want to go on TV and talk about, hey, I ruined my family because I was swinging, and like, you know. So Taylor, I'm pretty sure, is like the only one, and maybe there was one other girl in there that like hinted at it, but most of the girls basically were just like the new MOMTOK group. Okay, now Whitney was the quite obvious villain of the show. I don't know what it says about me that she didn't bother me up until like maybe right at the end, but I think all of them caused enough drama where I was just kind of like, who is the villain and who is supposed to be the hero in this? You know, I just think that it's just a reality. Like, I think people get really wound up about stuff. Like, there's always going to be a villain, there's always going to be a hero, and there's always going to be blah blah blah, and I just don't quite like, I love watching it, but I don't get so like wound up about it because that's just how it's supposed to be. So Whitney doesn't actually bother me that much. What I'm more bothered about is the fact that she like danced in front of her baby that was in hospital. I'm gonna bring that up whenever I can because I think it's crazy, okay? And she didn't have to do anything that she did on the show to be considered a villain because she did that, okay? So anyway, so that was kind of the backdrop of the Mormon Wives. And then we've had obviously season 1, which was great. I loved it personally, not because I idolize any of them, not because I want to be like them, not because I agree with them before anyone says anything, but because it's messy and I love watching messy. That's it. That's it. Now, between season 1 and now, season 2 has been announced. There is going to be a season 2 because it was a massive hit. Amazing. Most of them have like grown their social medias massively. Obviously Taylor was big from the get-go, but the rest of them kind of like grew, blah blah. People are saying that they owe Taylor their career. I think we should stop with that. Let's stop with that. Just because Taylor was big, like the rest of them still provide enough entertainment for people to want to follow them. So anyway, now there's been new drama since then. We have Kenna. Let's start with Kenna. It gets a little bit kind of confusing because to me they all look the same. So sometimes when I was watching the show for the first like 3 episodes, they would show like one of them on screen. I'd be like, is that not the other one? And then the other one would pop up on screen. I'd be like, oh no, it's that one. And it took me a while. Then I kind of got it. You can kind of see little differences. But anyway, this is Kenna Gibbons. She's only on 58,000 followers, but she is the one that was originally swinging with Taylor and her husband. So they would swing and the husbands would do something, I don't know. And this is the reason why Taylor's first marriage fell apart, because she ended up obviously divorcing the guy and now she's with Dakota because he didn't like kind of how far the swinging went. And she now has come out with her story on the swinging, okay? She did her like blah blah, like her X-Part series, okay? Now we have Taylor, who is obviously on 5 million followers now. I swear she was on 2 like not too long ago. Okay, right, so this is Taylor's account. You guys know who Taylor is. I'm gonna start with Kenna's story times. Is everything recording? I always have this fear because I've done this before that I just didn't like click record on my screen recorder and then I'm just talking into the void and showing you TikToks that you can't see. So that's really fun. Anyway, let's start with Kenna. This is the first video that she posted on this.
Let's talk self-swinging. I'm going to preface with a couple things. One, I'm going to record this all in one sitting and just release video after video so that you can follow along with the timeline and hopefully it all makes sense. The second thing is this is jumping from my last video, which ended at my like end of 2nd year of marriage. And this is jumping forward to the last 4 months of my marriage before I filed for divorce. And
I've just like went down a rabbit hole. Okay, so this is like what she did of like a now versus then. So like how she is now versus in 2022. So I guess that was because of the relationship that she was in. Now she also posted from Reddit, MOMTOK gossip McKenna, third couple that swung, does Instagram now. She popped up on my feed and I sent her a request like 2 years ago. She's public and posting about the swinging situation. Maybe she's on season 2, and so she obviously talks about that.
Brief recap, 2 years ago I went through a divorce. It went public, and this is the story that everyone has now heard. When everything went public, I decided to go quiet. I was going through a divorce. I had a 2-year-old at the time, and I had never been in the public eye, which to be honest I think was the right choice for me. I feel like I am in a healed spot in life that I want to share my experience to hopefully help someone else that might be in similar shoes know how to make better decisions. I think all in all this situation is kind of like I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. I've gotten a lot of hate for staying silent, and I'm going to get a lot of
Okay, so she obviously went through a divorce. That's not fun. But she posts more about it. Okay, so then this is the story that she posted kind of before this 5-part story time. It gets a bit confusing, but I've just figured this out, the storyline. So here we go. Okay, I'm so excited.
I also can't wait, and I'm terrified, and I have no idea what I'm doing. What I do know is that the world knows the tip of the iceberg, and there was so much happening below the surface that no one knows about. Before I get into all the below the surface, I want to make it known that, like, one, I take accountability for all of my actions in this. I will always take accountability for my actions and my actions only. Two, I think the situation is very, very different than what people have in their mind, and that's okay. I do think it's different. And three, I feel like something I have heard a lot of is like, well, why was that grounds for divorce then? And it's like, well, given the information that you know, like, I agree, which is why I think it's important to share my entire experience. So with that, I think we go back to the beginning of my marriage, and I'll try to go in chronological order from when, like, the first infidelity and trust issues started up until the big mess.
I'm going to say something really controversial. I'm going to say a hot take, and I'm going to need you guys to hold my hand and, like, not get angry at me. If this is the lifestyle that you're choosing, don't be angry at me. Sometimes, not always, I do think some people do this and it's completely fine, it completely works, and both sides of the relationship are completely on board with it, and they both agree that monogamy is not for them, but they love each other, so they just, you know, they have this other kind of way of living, and I'm completely fine with that. Completely fine, it's none of my business, actually. Sometimes, though, we see couples that have maybe, let's say, open relationships. Let's say not swinging, let's not call it swinging, let's say like an open relationship. And a lot of the time, maybe not a lot of the time, but sometimes definitely, you see that one person in that relationship looks a lot happier than the other. And the other is so dull, so like dim looking. And it's not like an appearance thing, it's just like you can just see there's like no life behind their eyes, right? And you just constantly think, are you only doing the open relationship because you feel like if you don't, this person will leave you? Right? And then sometimes, let's take a step further, sometimes I feel like someone might love someone so much in that relationship, but this person is clearly either like on the brink of cheating or has cheated and said, I don't know if I can stop myself from cheating again. But this person loves this person so much that they agree to an open relationship, not because they want it, but because they think, I love you so much, but I know you're going to cheat on me again. And instead of me being upset about you cheating on me, I'm just going to let you cheat. So then it's not cheating because then I don't feel betrayed because I've almost like allowed it to happen. And it puts some control back in that person's kind of hands. But it's not actually right? Because this person obviously didn't want to be in an open relationship. They just didn't want to be cheated on, but they love this person a lot and they want to be with them. And in my eyes, it just ends up being like a really toxic relationship. But like I said, I think there are so many people that are in open relationships and they both really like being in an open relationship and they both really like thrive in that environment, which is great because everyone should just be allowed to do whatever they want to do as long as it's like ethical and blah, blah. But sometimes you do see this where it's like there's clearly a pattern of infidelity or a pattern of like almost infidelity or like lusting after other people. Oh my God, I sound like a Christian, like right-wing. No, I didn't even mean, but you know what I mean? Like lusting after other people. Or like there are signs that they are interested sexually in other people. And so then to make yourself feel better about it while also still getting to be with the love of your life, you go, I'm going to let you do it because if I let you, it's not betrayal because you're not doing it behind my back. You're doing it in front of my face. But like, you don't want to be with someone else. And so I think it ends up being like this. Excuse me. What the hell? Shut up. And I just think it ends up being a really sticky situation because how do you decide? Like if you've never been into the idea of an open relationship, you can technically one day just wake up and go, you know what? Like I've just found out about this. It seems really cool. Maybe that's what's been missing in my life. Sure. But I just think if you've never had the inclination and in one relationship you just decide, right, let's do an open relationship then, it just feels like you've almost been worn down to agree to it. Like worn down enough to agree to it. And we always talk about how like, if it's not enthusiastic, it's not a yes. And I think the same should apply with like an open relationship. If it's not like an enthusiastic, yes, I've been wanting to do this for a while, then it's probably a no. And that person probably is only doing that to like appease you. Anyway, guys, I'm going to need you to not have a go at me if this is your lifestyle. Because like I said, I think everyone, if it's enthusiastic from both sides, not for me, but good for you. But I think sometimes we see couples that are like publicly in an open relationship and you can see one of them is like dead behind the eyes, and that speaks volumes, right? So I can see, I'm not gonna kind of listen to as much of this story time. I don't really need to kind of hear the back end of her relationship and how they end up in that situation, but I think it's pretty interesting context, you know, as a whole. So let's maybe click on this one.
Okay, here we go. Let's clarify some of the things on my previous video. I was intentionally vague on this previous video because I'm trying to get through experiences that I went through to show the overall issues I was dealing with rather than giving the nitty-gritty details. However, by doing that, it allowed people to run off with their own narrative. So I'm just here to clarify what happened in the previous situation. So let's go back to when the paychecks weren't coming through. This whole time frame of like paychecks not coming through to when I figured out the lie is about 3 months. I know it's been a second since my last video was posted, and truthfully, this break was not intentional by any means. I have just felt so...
So in her past 2 TikToks that we didn't watch, you can watch them in your own free time. I think it'd just be way too much time for here with how much time we've already spent on this, but she talks about kind of the issues in her relationship coming up to the swinging, infidelity, and just like basically just a shit relationship actually, and it's marriage, but and why that kind of led her to agreeing to swinging. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like some people, it's just not their idea, but they're put in a situation where it's either divorce or open relationship. It's either break up, but you know, like it sometimes might feel like doing the open relationship is like less of a heartbreak than just cutting off clean there. And some people can't just cut off a relationship clean there because like they had a kid and like they were married, and you know what I mean, like sometimes it's just hard. Anyway,
with all of the support that I received as well as my own anxiety, this obviously brings up a lot of emotions to the surface for myself and others, and so yeah, I've just been overwhelmed, and each time I sat down to speak what's next, it just didn't feel real or authentic. So anyways, but we're here now. Something that might be hard for people to wrap their minds around is that I immediately went back to my ex after I found out about the life insurance lie. And truth be told, it's because I wanted to believe the good. I wanted to believe it was just a dumb mistake, and I didn't want to look further than that. I think this is a theme throughout my whole marriage, and I think it's because I had this desire for what we could be, or the couple we could be, and I was not willing to let that go until I fought as hard as I could. So going into my 2nd year of marriage, we were doing counseling, and truthfully, I think I just was at the point where I was like, just time will fix this, and he'll prove himself and it will be fine. So we go throughout that year, and I saw some red flags as to what I thought was infidelity happening, but I also was like, no, there's no way, like he would not cheat on me. Well, at the end of my 2nd year of marriage, we were actually on a family trip with my side, and yeah, I found the messages and I confronted him, and we were with my side. So I knew at that point, if I let anyone in my family know what was going on, like he's on a flight back home, and that's it, we're done. When we got back from the family trip, we went and talked to our LDS church leader. And to preface, I don't believe this was a church issue. I believe this was a church leader's personal.
I also have this thing when people are in like different religions, and it's not just Mormonism. I think it works probably with a lot, where like instead of seeing a qualified therapist or a couples counselor or someone who is going to be able to come at it from a really like unbiased objective point of view and just say like this isn't healthy and divorce is fine and it's healthy and blah blah blah, you end up going to someone who's the leader of your church, and they have certain values about marriage and staying in marriage and blah 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 blah, right? So they'll push for a resolution that might be good in the eyes of the church, but it's not good for the couple, aka stay and power through it, just work through it. And what happened was swinging, and it's like what's better for the church, a couple swinging or just going your separate ways and finding a happily ever after situation somewhere else, you know? So sometimes I just find like just go see a couples counselor, don't see your church appointed person. But there's also like a generalization. There might be someone really amazing working in your church and you love talking to them. Be my guest. But I'm just saying.
Issue, and I think I would handle it so differently now. Yeah, I laid it all out of what had happened up from like the beginning of our marriage till this point and finding out about the infidelity. And I just remember he excused my ex from the room. Gosh. And this is why I think I would handle it so differently now. But he asked what I believe was missing from the home for him to search out other women. And I think that crushed me because I was already at such a low, and you already have such like a confidence like shot to yourself, and then to hear that, I truly believed that something was missing I don't believe that now. I don't think cheating's ever okay. But in those moments, throughout, up until honestly recently, I believed that I did something to cause this. Okay.
This is what I mean. And this is probably a really traumatic situation. And I know people throw the word trauma around a lot, but this is very traumatic actually. And I think it caused her to, this guy is now saying, I know he's your LDS church leader. This guy is saying, well, clearly you just weren't putting out enough. So get to it. And she said, right, my husband clearly needs a lot of attention from women and it's clearly my fault. So let's just start swinging. And this is why I'm going into this slightly against Taylor. I know. I don't actually like Taylor very much. Everyone's been like up her ass since the show came out. I think she's irresponsible. I think she's childish. I think she creates a lot of drama in her life and in other people's lives and then plays the victim and cries. And people are going to hate me for this. There's MOMTOK groups are going to be clicking out of this video ASAP. I don't like her very much. But people have been, you know, feeling really bad for her and blah, 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 because she just plays the victim a lot. And yeah, I think this situation makes sense to me, why you would then go into swinging and really regret it. And this is nothing against Taylor. Taylor takes everything so personally. The moment like a swinging couple comes out and says, I actually wasn't really okay with it, but I did it because of X, Y, and Z, Taylor takes it as like a personal offense to her. Like, oh my God, how dare you not want to swing with me? It's like she doesn't understand that some couples genuinely didn't want to swing, but they felt like they had to because of infidelity, because of insecurity, because of trauma, blah, 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 blah. Like, she just can't quite separate, oh, so you don't think I'm cute? So you didn't want to swing with me? Like, you know, she takes it so personally, and nothing else what bothers me because she has this surface level understanding of what people are going through. I don't know, that's just my opinion. People are gonna have a go at me about that. So then she posts the first part of her story time, which is this one.
Let's talk self-swinging. I'm going to preface with a couple things. One, I'm going to record this all in one sitting and just release video after video so that you can follow along with the timeline and hopefully it all makes sense. The second thing is this is jumping from my last video, which ended at my end of second year of marriage. And this is jumping forward to the last 4 months of my marriage before I filed for divorce. And I was married almost 7 years. So yes, there's a big gap in there. I plan on tackling my postpartum depression within that time frame, but just seemed like it was the time.
And postpartum after that. And if he was cheating on her before the kids, and then she had postpartum depression, oh, I just know that man was not a good husband, you know?
I know. And then lastly, be kind. These are easily my biggest mistakes in life that I'm talking about publicly. So it's not easy. I do think it's important. I think so many people can learn from my mistakes, which is why I share. So be kind. Let's start from when we met them. I think there's a distinction that needs to be made very early on. There was my ex and myself, and then 2 other couples. Couple 1 is who we had self-swinging incidences with, and couple 2 was really good friends with couple 1, and we would all hang out, and couple 2 participated in the drunk games. So I just think that's a clear distinction that needs to be made. So we met couple 1 and couple 2 in February of 2022, and it was at couple 1's house party for Valentine's Day. And yeah, we all hit it off. They would regularly hang out couple 1 and couple 2, and yeah, we started hanging out with them. And probably within the first couple weeks is when the drunk card games were starting to be played. And my ex and I had never played any sort of games like this. But I do remember after the first night of playing those drunk card games, both of us saying like, okay, well, if the other spouse isn't around, then it's not appropriate to play. So if I were gone, my ex shouldn't play and vice versa. So anyways, that started. And about a month after we met couple 1 and couple 2, the guys within these couples planned a cabin trick. At this point, my ex and I were starting to fight pretty consistently. Truth be told, I think it's because I was starting to recognize things were happening between couple 1's wife and him. Maybe not like anything big yet, but I could feel like a sense of feelings there. Anyways, we go to this cabin. We were up there 2 nights. The first night was a normal night. Yeah, and then night number 2 is when the first of 2 swinging instances happen. What I will say, and I take full responsibility here, I know how much liquor I can handle, and I know I went way past my limits this evening. Yeah, however, I made my choices. Yeah, I made my choices. So I remember being in a room, and it wasn't my room. My ex and I were staying in this like detached mother-in-law part of the cabin. So I know we were in the main house. I don't know whose room we were in, but I remember being in there with my ex, and I know we were making out. I don't know. I know that couple 1 comes in, and we did switch partners, and yeah, soft swinging happened. for the details, I don't really know. Not that they even matter, but I don't remember all of the details. So the next day, I remember driving down the canyon with my ex, and it was just the two of us, and stating, like, we've never talked about this, like, ever talked about this. Basically the conclusion of, well, you made your own choices. And I did. I made my own choices. I want to make that clear. So that happened. Yeah.
I just want to say, like, the alcohol part of it is really concerning. Like, she just, like, doesn't remember details. Clearly she could see that something was happening between kind of Taylor and her husband. That's like couple one is Taylor, right, and her husband, and then her ex. Like, things were already happening. Then she had too much to drink, and she had already come off the back of infidelity. And, you know, like, I can see how this can happen, and I can also see how then she'll be not happy with the fact that it happened, right? She still made her choices as an adult woman, but, like, you know, I can see how you can kind of get to that point. But then someone said, it's giving I want to be on season 2. And it's got 15,000 likes. Am I the only one that's, like, having a little bit more empathy for her? Someone said, who's here from Taylor receipts? I mean, there are some receipts. I don't know. I think the receipts were kind of weak. It was just shocking because it was, like, posted for shock value, but it wasn't actually, I don't know. Someone said, girl, we are all Taylor fans, not yours. It's so crazy that all 3 guys were in love with Taylor, lol, oh, and my girl is dropping receipts. I mean, is that kind to say about someone who clearly was, like, going through quite a bit of trauma? I don't know. Like, am I the only one that's just, like, not thrilled with how this is panning out on the internet? I don't know.
Right after the cabin, it had been a couple days, and I was saying to my ex, like, I feel like I noticed feelings between you and couple one's wife. And he said, oh, actually I talked to her after the cabin, and we both recognize that, like, we get along really well and that feelings could grow. So yeah, we both don't want to go down that route because we're happy in our marriages. Anyways, so a couple weeks later, we're at couple one's house, and it was just like a normal house party. And yeah, that's when the second and final instance of soft swinging happened. That night, I went home with my ex, and I clearly remember this moment. And I remember looking at him and saying, if this is what you want, we can divorce now because I won't participate any longer. I don't feel right. I was so ashamed of my decisions. And I went that same week to couple one's house and talked with the wife and said, like, I'm not here to judge on what you guys are doing, but I will no longer participate. That is not what we want to do. And yeah, we were good. Like, I think the conversation went well. But yeah, that was the only conversation we ever had about soft swinging. There was never any boundaries as a group that was talked about, or within my marriage of, like, oh, here are the boundaries, here are the parameters, here are the rules. Like, nothing like that had ever been talked about, at least with me. Maybe others did, but as for myself, that was never a conversation. After this is when I would say my marriage really, really took a turn. I think anyone who has ever been cheated on knows the gaslighting that comes along with it. And I think this naturally just has to happen because the spouse who's cheating doesn't want their actions to be known. So when they're being questioned, the only way to go about it is to gaslight their partner. So my home life was a really, really lonely time in my life. Yeah, it was just hard. So I remember point blank asking, like, what is it about her? Because I could see all the red flags happening. And yeah, I don't want to get into the details of that conversation, but it was a very, very hurtful conversation.
I don't know when that camera stopped recording. My bad. This always happens, I feel like. Someone in the comments is saying, how do a bunch of grown adults make the choice to do this and then put all the blame on Taylor? But she's not. Literally from the get-go, she said, this is the context of my relationship. I feel like these are people that only saw Taylor's receipts and then came here just to spread hate. She literally gave all the context of her relationship, how it built up to this, the trauma that she's gone through to get to this point where she's, like, tolerating this, right? And then everyone's like, you're just blaming it all on Taylor. But she actually said, like, I'm taking accountability for everything I agreed to happen, right? And someone's like, what's wild to me is all these females are trying to take no accountability. But, like, you're a woman referring to other people as females.
Right after the...
Like, how icky is that? You know? So ashamed, but giggling and texting Taylor, you wish you was kissing. This person might, I can't imagine not having boundaries around something so foreign like swinging. Do you really call it cheating, Kenna? Like, you fooled around with Taylor's ex, but, like, there was cheating before that she talked about. And there are also, like, some boundaries. And in the end, the reason why Taylor and her husband divorced was literally because Taylor and her ex, like, professed love each other and said they would leave their partners for each other. So that's not even swinging anymore. That's just cheating. And even if you're in an open relationship, if you go to someone else and say, I'm going to leave my partner for you, that's not an open relationship anymore. That's cheating, okay? I don't know. I'm just so conflicted about this whole thing because I don't understand why everyone else is on Taylor's side, but I'm seeing something different. It could just be because I'm wrong.
So fast forward a few weeks, and we're now at the point in the timeline when things are going to start coming out about the affair. However, about a week before this day, couple one's wife had come to my ex and I talking about feelings that couple two's husband confessed for her. So anyways, that had happened about a week before, and I had gone to Disneyland in between this time with.
Also, I'm not meaning to be offensive, but there are so many people that are like, everyone's just mad because Taylor had 3 men in love with her. It is such a pick-me thing to say that, and also you are putting yourself in Taylor's shoes as if you would also be the Taylor in that situation. But chances are we would all not be the Taylor in that situation. So I just think it's like crazy that people idolize this thing that like, that wouldn't be you. Maybe it would be you. Maybe you are the Taylor that just attracts all the men, but maybe it wouldn't be. And also I feel like men are always attracted to the like carefree kind of messy girl and not the wife that they have at home that is a stable constant, you know? So like, it's not a compliment to be picked by, well, it's not a compliment to be picked by someone else's husband. And I think a lot of people are looking at it as this like slay thing that Taylor was doing, to be getting picked by all these husbands. And I just think it's kind of icky for a lot of women to be saying that on the internet. But people are hypocrites on the internet, because I feel like the details of this could slightly change and be applied somewhere else and people would have a completely different opinion, but they've already picked who they like and don't like in the situation, and they'll just maneuver their opinions to fit this mold.
Friend who was mutual friends with this friend group. Anyways, and I told her about like, hey, yeah, this is like what is going on in regards to the feelings. Admittedly, this was really wrong on my end. I was not a good friend to couple two or to couple one wife. Like neither one of them was I a good friend to in that moment. So, and I have talked to couple two's wife about this extensively because I knew it was wrong in the moment. Granted, I think I had so many things happening in my life at that point in time that it was just like another thing, but it was wrong. I'm not here to deny that. So anyways, couple two's wife finds this out through this like mutual friend, and that's why we ended up all together on this date. It was that couple one's wife and I were going over there to talk through it with her. Anyways, it was a mess. It was just a mess. What ended up happening that day was that my car got towed. I didn't know I couldn't park on the street. So anyways, it gets towed. I called my ex, and it just ended up being that we were all together. I don't quite understand. I don't quite remember the details, but we were all together. Couple ones, they get into a fight and he takes their kids and leaves. And I had our son there, so my ex and I was like, hey, it's like time to go. And as we were leaving, we had said to couple one's wife who lived in our same neighborhood, like, we can either take you home or you can stay here, but you're not like going to drive. We actually had left, and couple one's wife calls us and was like, actually, can you take me home? So we turn back around, we go grab her. As we're pulling into the neighborhood, she's like, actually, I have another friend coming to grab me. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like at the point where I'm like, I just don't care. Like, I already knew something was going on, but I was like, just don't care. So we get home. She left with her friend, and I know it was a fight between my ex and I because he was like, that wasn't a good friend for you to let her go. And I was like, she knows where she should be. I don't know. I put our son to bed, and then I was getting in the bath, and my ex came in. So this is like the distinction I want to make, because I think it's the thought that I also want her to come back. No, I was getting in the bath. I was not around for any of this conversation. I'm getting in the bath, and my ex comes in and is like, hey, she says she's not in a good place. She wants me to go grab her. And I'm like, I don't care. She's not welcome here, but you can take her home. I don't care. At this point, it was like I knew more was going on, and I was just waiting for the like actual evidence, which sounds wild, I know, but that's where I was at. So he leaves, and I can see his location through the Tesla, not from his phone. Anyways, he like stops texting me back, and so I call her now ex. I'm like, look, I can see where they're at. I don't know, like, I don't feel comfortable going over there, but he's like, okay, I'll go like grab her. All I remember hearing from couple one's like husband is when he got there, he had called me and said like, can you flash your lights or something so I know that this is the right house? So I did, and I remember like hearing like movement, and then he said kind of, this isn't good, and that was it.
I mean, clearly boundaries were crossed. I don't know what everyone is talking about when they're like, but you were swinging. It's like, clearly lines were drawn, you know? Someone said this is the hardest story to follow. Yeah, I think because she's not saying names, it gets really confusing about who she's referring to. Everyone's husband developed feelings for Taylor. My ADHD cannot. Could someone do a resume, please? Girl, swinging, being mad at Taylor, but can't be mad at your ex-husband. I don't feel like she's mad at Taylor or her husband. She's just telling a story, and she's actually put a lot of blame on him in the previous videos, if that makes sense. Like, if you watch the previous stuff, then you would know that a lot of blame is put on him.
So anyways, now back to my ex walking through the door. He went right upstairs, and I went into our room. I was like, this is your chance. Tell me now. This is your chance. And he didn't. And it was late at this point, probably like 1 a.m. I don't know. I am like just shutting down, and I go to bed. He's down on the couch, and the next day was my sister's birthday. So I took our son, went to my sister's birthday brunch, and I just remember before I got to the brunch pulling into a parking lot, and couple two's wife had called me, and she was just crying with me because I'm trying to figure this out. And yeah, So I go to the brunch and I'm just trying to hold it together, and I leave and I come back home. So now it's probably like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and my ex is like, okay, we kissed, but that's all that happened. And I'm like, okay. And I think I knew the end was coming, and it was just like so much weight was, I don't know. A few hours after that, couple two's wife called me and was like, Kenna, she just admitted they had, and I was like, okay. So I went out. I remember like looking at him on the couch and I was like, you had with her? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, all right. And I grabbed my stuff and I left. My son was already asleep at this point. Grabbed my stuff and I left. And I remember I started driving to my parents' house, and I was on the phone with couple two's wife, and I was like, if I go home, it's done. Like, I'm done. So I turn around and I go to her house, and just, she opened the door and I just collapsed into her. And we're talking, and while we were talking, there's still like information coming that couple one's husband would relay on that he was finding out. So anyways, a few hours later, I find out that they had been meeting up for some time now. They would meet up at Home Depot, which makes sense for location because...
And people are like, oh yeah, but you agreed to swinging. Like, this doesn't sound like swinging to me. Even if you had an open relationship, like, isn't the whole basis of it communication and agreeing to boundaries and like not doing things that, you know, your partner's uncomfortable with and blah 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 blah. Like, meeting up on your own and doing things that you weren't agreeing to and then lying about it or like not mentioning it is obviously not swinging anymore. I don't know why everyone is on Taylor's side. Why am I not on Taylor's side? I'm just not. Like, I don't get it.
I'm going to question my ex if he's at Home Depot. And so here's what I found out. They've been meeting up. They had told each other that they loved one another and that they had plans to leave their spouses. And I remember calling my ex and I said, this is what's been going on. And he said, yeah. And that's when I was like, I remember telling him, like, I'm done. I'm going home. And I think that this...
And also people saying that she like is holding Taylor to a higher standard than her ex. She literally divorced him. Like, how much more accountability can she put on him? She literally said, I'm leaving, and divorced him, as she should. Like, she's also allowed to put some blame on Taylor. Like, yeah, most of the blame is on her husband who owed her loyalty, but also Taylor was kind of a mess in this situation, ended her marriage over it too. I don't, you know?
The moment was so significant because a physical affair is, I had worked through, and that sounds bad, but it's easier to work through than the emotional. And I think I was at the point where I was like, you can mess with me, but to want to leave and disrupt your son's life like that, I think that's where I just was like...
I kind of agree. Like, she really gave him so much freedom. Way more freedom than most women would give him, okay? Because he was someone who couldn't stay loyal. She gave him so much physical freedom, but he still needed that bit more. It makes me think that it wasn't about Taylor, and it wasn't about how amazing Taylor was before everyone's like, no, Taylor's just so amazing, everyone loves her. No, he was going to push the boundaries because to him, it wasn't the cheating, it wasn't the sex, it wasn't the kissing. That's not what got him going. It was doing something behind his wife's back. So she could have let him do anything and he would push it that one step further to do something behind her back because that was the excitement. It wasn't Taylor and it wasn't extra marital activities. It was the doing something that his wife didn't consent to. And regardless of where that line would have been drawn, he would have just kept on doing things behind her back because he just had like a complete lack of respect for her. And I think he's a piece of shit, I guess. But I don't think Taylor's a great person either. Basically, all the guys and girls were willing until both the dudes from couple 2 and 3 caught feelings for Taylor, and then all of a sudden the other girls are hurt. Well, yeah, because that's not part of the f***ing swinging, you idiot. Sorry, that's really mean. But which bit are we not understanding and which bit are we understanding? Right. Let's get to it.
I left couple 2's house, and my sister at the time was living at my parents' house waiting for her house to be done. So I was just calling people in the order that I thought they would answer. So I called my sister, she didn't answer. I called my dad, he didn't answer. And then I called my mom. And at this point, it's like midnight. And if you know my mom, this is kind of ironic that she answered and she could hear the panic in my voice. And I said, I'm coming home. I need you and Dad. Okay, now that I've gained some composure, my sister ended up calling me back and I said, hey, I'm on my way home. I'm gonna need you. So I pulled into my parents' house and they were all waiting for me. And I remember it feeling like so hard to say the words that he was having an affair on me. So anyways, we're sitting on my parents' couch and I'm like, I need to get my son here. Here's the thing, I had my whole family. My ex, his parents were out of town and he had his sister come over, but not going to go into detail, but I was just concerned. He just didn't have the support that I had in that moment. And if you're a mom, you just know, like, you just need your babies. So my sister went and grabbed my son, and during this, when she left, I knew, like, this is the time to come clean about everything. Here's what I'll say. My parents were so amazing in this moment. They didn't even know that I had been drinking, and then I just, like, word vomit everything on them. And I know how disappointed they were. I was so disappointed myself and so ashamed. And they were just like, it's gonna be okay. Like, it will all work itself out. So they were really, really good in that moment. And so anyways, my sister comes back. I put my son to bed, and my sister was like, oh, I'll come stay in the same room as you tonight so you're not alone. Which, bless her soul, she was breastfeeding at the time, and she just had milk coming because I was just crying. But she said, my ex's sister was there, so my ex-sister-in-law was there when she went to pick up my son, and she said, she said that she knew this would happen when you wanted to start swinging. And I think that was the moment that I was like, oh my gosh, like, that's not how this happened. And I think that's when I was the first, like, realization of this was so much deeper than what I thought. Yeah, and that is...
This is obviously Taylor Frankie Paul's TikToks that she posted in order. We have this. So loud. Okay, it's basically a song. It says, she never asked to stop. She was one of the instigators. She sent her husband to get me, but tell your side sis. And this is obviously the thing that people are, like, so crazy about, is because they would, like, kiss and take pictures together. But to me, and now it says, Ken is texting and Chase. Hope you're having fun in Moab. I'm drunk and I wish I was kissing you. What movies do you and Taylor recommend? Missed FaceTime call. Okay, so that is what that looks like. Well, she deserves an acting award. The amount of times she wanted to play. Seems like everyone in the group fancied Tay, Brayden, Chase, Kenna. Not Taylor's fault. She's so lovable. And I don't agree with that. It's 6 a.m. and my jaw was dropped. Saw Kenna's videos yesterday. That made no sense to me. And then this. Anyway, and then someone said, what an absolute flex. Everybody in the group caught feelings for you. You should be kissing our feet. And it's that, like, Eminem song, you know, everyone should be jealous of me because I'm, like, the lead singer of the band. I'll probably get kicked out of MOMTOK for this because I'm not kissing anyone's feet. And this is actually shade at Demi and Jessie and Michaela from kind of the season 1. I'm going to get into that in a minute. So then we have a little story time from Taylor. So let's listen to that and give her a minute to speak her truth.
Hi. I am fighting 2 different battles at once and I am literally exhausted. You know who? I'm on with more receipts. This is the last thing I'm saying. If anything else comes out, I don't care. Like, you guys can assume what you want. The worst of me. The point was, she did enjoy it and she never wanted to stop. Receipts that she showed.
I don't know. That's like something, not to make this like a deeper issue than it is, but sometimes people say, you know, oh, well, they didn't want it to stop. And it's like, how do you know that? And did you just skip all the signs? You know, like, we weren't all there, but I can see how she was into it for a while because it was appeasing her relationship. By she, I mean obviously Kenna, and she had already dealt with infidelity, blah blah blah. I think what she had an issue with genuinely is when he said, I'll leave my family for you. And I don't know why Taylor doesn't get it. I don't know why the crowd doesn't get it. Like, she could have been completely fine with the swinging up until he literally wanted to destroy his family for it, because that's not swinging anymore, that's just cheating. And I don't know which part of that Taylor doesn't get, but
are in April, by the way. So to say that you're like feeling like you don't want to do this anymore. If she had wanted to stop, we have a planned trip in May to go to Mexico, but all 6 of us were like talking about our boundaries and like what was gonna happen. Okay? If I need to get the flight receipts of that being planned out for all 6 of us, I will. It's frustrating when they're all coming out to tell the truth and it's a little bit of, I didn't really want to do it, but I wanted to stop. I wasn't enjoying it. They enjoyed it, and I can show you guys how they enjoyed it. Never said she wanted to stop. My ex brought us together and said he wants to stop, and that has been my story for 2 years now. My story has been consistent for 2 years. Well, there was also I love yous, blah, blah, blah. It was an emotional affair. Like, did you want me to give a play-by-play of what was said? I've already admitted and apologized for my part. Knew I was a villain in that story as well, and I've held a lot of guilt for that. And timing of all of this sucks because I'm coming out from one direction, and I'm having to defend myself of not being a liar. Another direction of friends of mine that are no longer gonna be friends. Lucky for me, I've had a lot of practice with.
If you can dish it, hopefully you can take it. And it's a sound that's like, watch your mouth, basically. Kenna then responds to that and says all of this.
My intention has stayed the same. I am in a very healed spot and I hope that others can learn from my mistakes. I think a lot of people assume it's for the show. I have been offered the show multiple times and I have declined every single time. As for the receipts, let's talk about the video and the text message. Okay, when that text message was sent, my ex and I were in St. George with a different group of friends, and her ex were in Moab. So, as you can see, let me see if I know how to work this little pincher thing. As you can see, here is that text message that she showed. Hope you're having fun in Moab, and I'm drunk and I wish I was kissing you. There's her response. And then I'm instantly confused, saying I have zero memories of any text going to you. And I say, what did it say? Was it a voice message? So this was sent on my iPhone from my ex, and he deleted the text message that he had sent to her, so I could not see that message. Do you know where it is at? On my iCloud, on my iPad. So then let's move to this next picture. Okay, so I had talked to her about him sending this text message and putting me in a different light without me knowing. Ooh, I can't move this. So as you can see right here, I said there's more of a backstory to the text that was sent to you in St. George. I was talking about you and wanting you there, and he texted you on my phone. Like we talked about last night, I felt like I was painted into this picture. Okay, and then that's her response. So yeah, I find it odd that that's what she chose to share when her and I had a full conversation about it. As for having a conversation,
this is what I mean, like the context added on makes this look very different, but then Taylor specifically chose to show something that isn't the full story. So it's like, do you not have any other proof that you could have shown that is not deniable?
With her about wanting to be done. This was right after the second swinging instance happened. As you can see she says, do you have moral hangover? And I said, did my ex say something to you? And I said, well, it's something him and I need to talk about more, but we were both hungover. Don't worry though, I know I can talk to you about once I figure out my life. Okay, and then she goes on to say that her and her ex have strict boundaries. So her and I had this conversation, and I said that we were no longer wanting to swing. That doesn't mean that any other drunk nights didn't happen or her and I kissing never happened again. Not saying that's right, it's actually really dumb. But I'm just stating that my ex and I were never in a room, again, switching with another couple and swinging past this point. As for her and I kissing, it was this like flirty, naughty little thing that we would do when we were drunk to either send to our husbands or they would record it. Again, wrong decision, but two drunk girls kissing is different than swinging. As for the night that my ex went to go get her, one, do we think it's a possibility that what I said was relayed differently to her? And also, this was not the entirety of their affair, this one night. This was the snowball that started us figuring out the information of meeting up at Home Depot, saying that they loved each other, and putting a plan together to leave their spouses. Again, be kind. We are all just humans.
But everyone's been using Taylor as a scapegoat. I don't think they have. What I don't get is clearly your husband wanted to keep it going, hence the text he sent to Taylor via your phone and then deleted it. Instead of being mad at him, you turn your back on Taylor. But she was mad at him, and that's why she divorced him. This is the part that I don't understand. You know what I mean? Anyway. Oh, I kept on calling her... What was I calling her? Michaela? I think it was Macy, actually. This is what I mean. They get so confusing in my head. Anyway, so we have some shade from Macy and... Oh, Michaela is involved in that. And Demi. So this is Macy. She's the blonde one from the show. And we also have Michaela Matthews, and then we also have Demi. Now, those three were considered like the unproblematic trio of the show. People really liked them. Some were quieter than others. Like I feel like Michaela was very quiet on the show, but they all seemed very logical. Like Demi was such a Demi and Jessie, I feel like, was such a like loved duo, and they were really like, they said it how it was. They called out Whitney where it was needed, and so to then go from that, right, to them calling out Taylor, and now everyone turns against them. If everyone is against Taylor, and even people that you really respected, maybe is there an ounce of truth in that? I don't know, question mark. Is there an ounce of truth in that? Like, if a lot of the people that you thought had really good opinions on the drama, that were there and are there and know these people personally, and you really respect those people and you feel like they aren't very like controversial, and those people have an issue with someone, maybe they're all right. Like if one person has so many people against them, you know, but I feel like a lot of people want to see themselves in Taylor. Like a lot of people want to be the Taylor in a situation, and they don't want to be the Kenner, because you'd rather be the person doing the hurting than being hurt. And so a lot of people are now seeing themselves in Taylor and being like, no, I'm the Taylor in that situation, you know, and it's okay to not be. Anyway, so we have a few shady things. We have this video from Macy.
So easy to piss off.
You're so easy to make insecure. Wait till I tell you about your fat ass in a second.
It's always the quiet ones. And so they're kind of building up this drama. Right? Okay, this is oop. And it's kind of like, it seems innocent for now, but it builds up the drama. So it's that trend, obviously. And it says, people really need to lay off MOMTOK for not commenting on Taylor's post. And then it goes like, oh, and it's them two being like, why are you guys telling us that we need to comment on Taylor's post and like support her and be like, yay, go Taylor, when we clearly don't agree with her? Okay, because people are like, oh, why are they not commenting on Taylor's post? They not agree with her. and it says MOMTOK is messy. Someone said if it weren't for Taylor, you would not have a job. Taylor's the reason people watch MOMTOK, literally. Not gonna lie, this is a low for you. We love Taylor. I mean, like I'm saying, if a lot of the unproblematic people on the show don't like the same person, like, it's not a 1v1, it's like a few people from the show that are quite respect. It's like if Whitney was going up against Taylor, then maybe I'll be like, let's debate this. But if a lot of the unproblematic people in the show are against one person, maybe you guys are on the wrong side. I don't know. And then we have this. POV, you had a career and financially support yourself before MOMTOK started. If it weren't for Taylor, you wouldn't have a job, obviously, was the comment that she was responding to. And like, she had a great career before this and was like supporting her family. Replying to Vanessa, graduated college, tick. Worked in advertising, ticked. Worked for Goldman Sachs, ticked. Marketing manager for a multi-million-dollar company, tick. Had 1.3 million followers before joining MOMTOK, tick. Started my own business, tick. Yeah, girl, I wouldn't have a job. Right? Someone said, you don't forget Macy's story and how much she has been through. She truly is a strong woman. And I didn't know you until Taylor, lol. And I still don't know you, lol. I mean, I love Macy, actually. I love Demi. Obviously, Demi said queen under that. So this is where, like, Demi comes in with the tea and the drama. What actually matters. And it's obviously just her with her family, enjoying life. I really like Macy from the show. And then we have this.
Things I'm bringing into 2025. In 2024, I'm leaving any negative energy. Also, look at the difference. Half my face with, half my face without foundation. I love this foundation because it feels lightweight, it's also buildable, and it's a long wear formula. Another thing I'm leaving in 2024 is toxic people. Another thing I'm leaving is involving myself in people's relationships, or at least I'm gonna try to. Something I'm taking into 2025 is protecting my peace. Whoa. That looks like airbrush. This is more than a pretty powder in the color translucent. I love this powder because it's talc free, and you gotta have a talc free powder. It's also microfine. I'm doing the half of my face so you can see this difference. What the heck? It's literally airbrush. Okay, another thing I'm taking into 2025 is manifestation. I know it's so cliche. I really feel like it's changed my life. And now
Right, so see, this is a bit of shade while also doing an ad for Polite Society. A bit undisclosed, actually. Let's get on that. Let's get on disclosing ads. And then we have Michaela Matthews. There's some shade that she posted. Since we're all publicly called out.
A secret, I feel.
There's one more secret I feel like I have to share with you. I missed Taylor's post yesterday. I didn't comment either. So obviously people are just saying like, I'm not involved in that drama. I hope this clears things up. And then we have this TikTok. I was responding to comments saying you should be thanking MOMTOK, you would be nothing without it, as if you weren't making six figures and supporting our families long before. Making six figures doing what exactly? Sharing your chronic illness online. You're 24 with 3 kids and type of gang up mindset. Very doubtful you ever get a job making that much. Lol. And it's like user 625 whatever the oh my god, these people are crazy. And it's like to think you know so much about a situation that you weren't even in and you don't know these people personally, and you have 2 people that know Taylor personally clearly saying, hey guys, she's the problem, and you still think you know better because you've seen a few TikToks from Taylor, you know? You're bad friends. I'm gonna take that off because it's obviously copyrighted. No, because no one will ever find friends who care more than Blair and Serena Macy. Right. So that's basically MOMTOK. It's such a long-winded thing, and I'm obviously on the wrong side of it according to the public, but you guys let me know what you think, that I've given you all the context. And if there's something I'm missing, let me know, because I don't understand how everyone's come to this conclusion. Anyway, subscribe, hit the bell icon for engagement. I'll see you guys in my next one. Bye guys. Hey guys, so today we're talking about Glamzilla, who I haven't spoken about in a minute, because she seems to kind of be off my radar, luckily. As you guys know, she's not my favourite person in the world. Also, please ignore the blinking. I feel like my contacts are dirty and they keep on getting blurry, so I can't actually
Welcome back. TikTok drama?
My makeup artist canceled on me.
Had an affair with my ex-husband.
Same engagement photos and scenery?
Yes. Yes, I will. Oh, God. Oh, this is so sad. Oh.
My name's Rachel Siegel, and my fiance just left me at the altar.
Oh. Oh, God. If that isn't the best advertisement for High Noon, then the drink, I don't know what is. Oh, my God. She's so stunning. This is the definition of how you should act if you get left at the altar. Throw a big party, bestie. God, she was all over the place on TikTok. Like, I could not escape Rachel Siegler. Because how could you leave that at the altar? Are you kidding me? If you didn't realize what happened, she got left at the altar day of the wedding. I mean, she was dressed up like this, so clearly it happened day of the wedding. And she went off and threw the party anyway. As far as I know, I don't think the groom's family and friends stayed, but I think all of her family and friends did stay. So I think that's important context.
As you know, the day did continue. And while it was a really tough decision to make, number one, everything was already paid for. Number two, I loved my dress a lot and didn't want to take it off. Number three,
Fair.
I know that time is the only thing that we can never get back. And while I felt so much pain, there was an opportunity to still spend time with a lot of people.
It's just like, not only did you totally crush this girl's dreams to the groom, but you also wasted the time and the money of all the people who showed up. I understand people get cold feet, but really, we couldn't have figured this out before.
We made it to the reception. There were no speeches. There was a prayer. And the band was there. And I had always planned after my daddy-daughter dance to surprise my mom with a dance with her and I to her favorite singer, Carole King. And so after my dad and I danced together, my mom and I still got to have that moment. And at the end of that moment, a lot of our friends and family decided to join in with us. It was really special and it was beautiful. And I want to share that with you all.
Oh, God. Oh, my God, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I have goosebumps. Oh my God. Oh God, I can't. I honestly can't watch this. This is very sad. Oh my God, that was a rough one. Oh, look, and here's look at your mom. Oh my God, she's so pretty. You're both so gorgeous. I'm so sorry that happened. I'm so sorry that happened. That's terrible. You're handling this situation with grace, Rachel.
Very demure, very mindful.
All the power to you, sending lots of love. Everybody on this channel, go show Rachel some love.
You guys, I literally cannot make this up. Stop. Leslie, you are absolutely insane.
God, is that
okay,
Leslie?
y'all, it looks like her sister-in-law may not be able to find her own style. So Carrie Lee and Leslie are our two characters in this Cliff Notes. Storytime hasn't come out yet, but here's what I have gathered. Leslie has decided to copy a lot of stuff from Carrie Lee, and let's start from the beginning. Same engagement photos and scenery. Later on Carrie Lee's mini moon, she took this picture down an alley with her blue jean jacket she designed, and shortly thereafter, sister-in-law Leslie found an alley and a blue jean jacket. Carrie Lee had a whiskey barrel designed and engraved for her wedding, and look at that. Leslie did the same thing for her B-Day later on. Carrie Lee and her hubby took this picture kissing while flipping off the camera in January of 21, and Leslie came right back in November doing the same thing. Here they are both wearing the same dress in photos. Carrie allegedly owned that dress first. Trying to get this ball.
And then Carrie Lee made this hat in November of 23. And look at that Facebook profile photo wearing the hat that looks just like it. And lastly, this one was the icing on the cake. Carrie Lee's wedding ring set. Very pretty, right? Well, Miss Sis-in-Law Leslie updated her cover photo on Facebook, and what would you see here? Not only the hat she copied, but also the same ring set inside of a freaky looking mask. Let me zoom in for you right here. You see that? That's a little weird.
Absolutely not. Oh my goodness. I've heard this story before. I did not realize it ran this deep. Whoa. Whoa. Which one's the original? Like, I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Same dress. It's the hat for me. Like, if you had any inkling that this could just be reaching, I'm sorry, but that hat, Leslie is using Carrie Lee as her own personal Pinterest board. Listen, we all take fashion advice and we all get inspo from other people. Make a Pinterest board. Just make a Pinterest board of something other than Carrie Lee, please.
Hey y'all, I wanted to come on here and tell y'all the story about how my makeup artist canceled on me the night before my wedding at 9:22 to do JT's makeup. So I originally met her July 5th and we did a bridal trial makeup. She did a really, really good job. I'll show y'all. It was pretty much exactly what I was looking for. I wanted like a very princessy, light look, light makeup, bright eyes.
I can't see it, but okay.
Perfect. She did have this rule. She said that we can't book her makeup until 3 months before the event. So then I messaged her like on the 27th of that month because it was like 3 months away from the wedding, September 27th. So this was August 1st. I messaged her, actually. Correction. But it was still, you know, I had months out. So again, this is my message. Then she responds back. And I said, okay, what do you exactly want me to email you? She tells me and I email her. No response. So then August 6th, she goes, hey babe, I saw your email. I'm going to open up my site. Thanks. August 7th. Good morning. Just let me know when I can open it so I can book you. August 15th. Hey babe, I should have known she was playing games. I should have known. Then I messaged her again. Can I book? She said, hey babe, calling you right. I called her on the phone. I'm going to call you right back. We're still on for your wedding makeup. Okay, thank you. September 2nd. Hello, the wedding's in 24 days. Are you able to do my makeup or not? Because at this point, I DM'd her, I called her, messaged her. But she did so perfect on my makeup. I really want her to do it. She said, hey babe, it's the 27th. I can do it. So she explains all of this. She's waiting on confirmation from another client. I don't know why when, you know, I had reserved 3 months ago, like talked to her, had the trial, been trying to book, but okay. And at this time we talked on the phone. I'm like, you're going to be there. She's like, I am. I'm so sorry. Like, and I'm a Christian. We talked about Christ and all this other stuff. And I was just like, okay, you know what? She's been finicky, but it's okay. It's okay. She said we're good. So my wedding was, again, September 27th. Hurricane Helene came, and it was raining that morning, but it should have been clear that afternoon. So we had talked on the phone that morning. I called her. She said she's good. We're good for today. And then she texted me this later on. Hey, the weather looks like it's worsening. Let me know if anything changes. I go, hey, thanks for the concern, but they said, because they gave us an option. They said, okay, you can keep it for the 27th, or you can move it to the 28th. But a lot of my family came in town from out of state, so I said, we're just going to keep it on the 27th. The weather looks good. Why? So that was this morning. Why at 9:22 p.m.? Hey, I'm sorry. JT just booked me for New York tomorrow. I'm going to call with her, so I have to go. I'm looking for a makeup artist for you right now. I go, girl, ain't no way. You knew you had my wedding. I'm so confused. I know you just not canceling the night before my wedding. Why go on Instagram? She's already with JT. She was already gone out the state.
Oh no, oh no, oh, no bueno, no bueno. Oh God, okay, so through all of this, you did not give a deposit nor secure the spot, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that this is your fault at all. I've heard of this happening a lot. Regardless of whether or not, you know, you have a contract, vendors will literally just bail on you. And there's literally nothing that you can do. On the vendor side, it's like, yeah, I'm a small business, and then I would take, you know, like a deposit up front or whatever. It doesn't really sound like you gave her a deposit based on what you said. And then, you know, if there's nothing in writing, there's no deposit given or whatever, they will just bail and do it with another client.
That's what she said.
Even though there were texts of her confirming and stuff like that, unfortunately without a contract, and I know she was dodging you and that's not your fault. Unfortunately, without a contract and a deposit paid, you can't really do much. It really sucks. I tried to book a wedding venue to do like a photo shoot, and like, dude, the way these people were dodging me left, right, and center, they kept upping their prices.
You know, saying, oh, it's not available this day anymore. Oh, well, you know, we got a different client. And it's like,
hey, dude, I'm literally like, we went there to see the venue and we were ready to like put in a deposit. I'm like, dude, send me an invoice and let's go. Okay, let's go. And then they just like out from underneath me because we had nothing written. There was no deposit. They just bailed on me and then never got back to me. So this happens a lot. They essentially bail on you for a client that will pay them more money. That's the way the game is. And they don't give that it's your wedding, by the way. They don't give if you have like an emotional stake in it or whatever. They will bail on you even if you have given them a deposit. She told you 80 different ways she just didn't want to do your makeup. Sometimes the signs are right there. I've learned that when people kind of give like constant sort of excuses like over and over again, you know, they're not answering you, they're sort of dodging you, they're being like,
yeah, but like it's gonna be really hard for me to get there. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like,
even the night before your wedding, she was like, weather's looking really bad. Let me know if anything changes. She was hoping that you would cancel your wedding and move it days so that she could do this other client's makeup. Regardless of vendors, I'm even noticing it with wedding guests. If they come up with a million excuses and they're like,
well, is it gonna be like hard to do this? Well, is it gonna...
They're literally fishing for you to tell them that it's okay that they don't come. Canceling on someone the night before is crazy in general, but knowing it's for a wedding is insane. Yeah, it's really, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for her. Definitely not putting the blame on the client. Not her fault at all. Unfortunately, this is just kind of the reality of the wedding industry. People do be canceling if they get a nicer paycheck, especially if they don't have a contract or like a deposit. That's why it's important to get those deposits in. Get those contracts signed. Bridesmaids trend, but it gets progressively messy. Oh God, is this the trend where we talk about like what happened after the wedding, like whether or not you're still friends? This is a sad trend, honestly. She was my best friend in high school. I don't know what happened. I didn't see her again after I got married. Haven't spoken in years. Oh, the tea. My only friend to see through my ex-husband. She begged me not to marry him, then proceeded to tell him not to marry me. I was angry at her. We reconciled years later because she was right. She's my longest friend and I'm so thankful for her. Well, glad she stuck around. His sister, obviously we don't talk now. Life took us separate directions. We still speak on occasion though. Was my best friend and maid of honor. Had an affair with my ex-husband. Knew he was me. Didn't stop her from trying to be with him though. We 100% will never speak again. Oh, that is so sad. This is like that show, Where Are They Now? You know what I mean? I've actually heard that it's quite common for bridesmaids to like not really have a relationship with the bride anymore. It's weird. It's like it all comes to a tipping point like at the wedding. Oh God, there's more. One of the bridesmaids didn't show up to our reception. She said she was using the restroom and left. Never spoke to her again. I don't speak to most of the people who came to my small wedding years ago. I also don't speak to the groom from that day either. I always wonder how come brides have so many women they are close to. Honestly, I feel like a lot of it is like, especially if there's a lot of them, you're kind of forced to like make everybody happy. You know, the sisters are obviously high up on the list of like maids of honor, the best friends. But then there's also the people that like want to be involved and like, you know, want to be your best friend, but you know, they kind of want the satisfaction of knowing that they're close to you, and there's jealousy, and it's like a best friend competition, honestly. So I think a lot of the bridesmaid drama comes from like wanting to include everyone, at least from my experience. But I'm not having bridesmaids. I'm just asking my 4 best friends to roast me at my wedding. They'll get their makeup done, don't worry. Just roast me. Do you still talk to your bridesmaids? Let me know in the comments. I'm curious. Weddings are definitely kind of the tipping point. Like I feel like you invite certain people, you feel obligated to invite them almost, or you don't invite certain people because you don't actually like want to embark on this new life with them witnessing your wedding. So you're faced with some like really tough choices where you can't invite certain people, even though maybe you kind of should, and then they get offended, or maybe you do invite certain people that you thought would be there for you, and instead they would rather spend $4,000 on a Taylor Swift ticket, for example. Your wedding is too expensive, but Taylor Swift, let's go, open the wallet. So yeah, I just find that weddings are bittersweet in a lot of ways. Blessing in disguise, really. Why are we stabbing it? So funny. You think that's funny, eh? It's so funny. The joy he got. The absolute euphoria he got from smashing your head and face into the wedding cake. That was probably $1,000, and your hair and makeup, which was also probably a few $100s. The joy. It was priceless. Honestly, you can't put a price on that.
Ruining your own wedding. Priceless.
I already told Mike, like, if you even have the thought to smash cake in my face, I will literally divorce you right then and there. I will have the annulment papers ready.
Do not ever
do that. And maybe couples have a relationship where they kind of play fight sometimes. Play fighting, I think, is a little normal. Tickle fights and stuff like that, whatever. Me and Mike tickle fight all the time, and I usually win. But not on the wedding day. I'm sorry, not on the wedding day. I watched a bridesmaid say the rudest thing to the bride on her wedding day, so I decided not to Photoshop the bridesmaids' obvious extensions out of the photos. Not all heroes wear capes.
No capes.
I'm really curious to know what she said. May my photographer also be as petty as you. POV, your husband tells you the wedding's dress code is casual and that everyone will be in jeans and cargo pants. That don't look like cargo pants to me. Yeah, we're gonna need to see those invitations ourselves, okay? Even he has a button-down shirt on. Absolutely not. No way in hell. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I really like your jumpsuit. Like, that jumpsuit is cute. You look great. However, not a casual wedding. More of like a smart casual. There is a very big difference between smart casual and casual, let me tell you. Okay, but even a casual wedding calls for sundress at least, maxi skirt and blouse, anything but a denim jumpsuit. I mean, yeah, but people could interpret that differently though. Like, casual to me is like honestly, jeans and a t-shirt. Like, that's what casual is to me. Smart casual, however, could call for like a blazer, a skirt, maybe like a casual looking dress. A wedding is never casual. I honestly don't agree with that. I've definitely heard of weddings where people are just chilling in jeans. You know, it's like, it's not that serious to them. Even if my husband said casual, my first thought would not be jean outfit. I never listen to Mike when he says that it will be casual. I never, ever, ever check with Mike. I'm like, what are people wearing?
Oh, you know, it's casual. I wouldn't really worry about it.
Oh, yeah? Okay, let me just text the person throwing the party. Yeah, it's not casual.
It's not.
Honestly, a lot of men just don't get it. Never trust the husband on the dress code. Literally, never.
Ever.
You gotta see that wedding invite for yourself. Check with other people other than your husband, boyfriend, fiance, whatever they have. What have you. When the urge to get changed straight into your home clothes is so strong. Just walks right past. Are you kidding me? Honestly, I don't blame her. Let me just put my sweatpants on and then... Yes, I will. Yes, I will. But not before I put on my sweatpants. Subscribe! I noticed a bunch of people giving me weird looks. And eventually, as I was going around in my wedding dress to make sure all the food and drinks were ready for the guests, a pretty girl holding a glass
With me and green screen, my favorite combo. Your absolute least favorite combo. I'm sorry. I love filming with the green screen. It opens up so many editing doors. There can be absolutely anything happening behind me and I have no idea. No idea. But I brought out the green screen for a very necessary and essential reason, and that is because we are doing the sequel to the video that we did a year ago. Actually, no, it wasn't a year ago. 6 months ago, give or take, where we ate at a Japanese 7-Eleven for 24 hours. And in that video, I continuously kept comparing the Japanese 7-Eleven to Canadian and US 7-Elevens and just how different they are. And it was really interesting to see because a lot of people in the comments were like blown away by the Japanese 7-Elevens.
Merry Christmas! Hello everyone, how you doing? We are doing our annual video about clothes that I found on the internet that look way too good to be true. I know you've been waiting for this one. It's also my favorite video to film. Also the most expensive videos that I film in general, which is definitely a grain of salt. It's actually one of the videos that need the most preparation because I started ordering half a year ago basically. Okay, well that's a little bit exaggerated. Well, most of the times I order stuff that is custom made, that needs a lot of time to be put into it. In this video, I definitely have one product that I'm so excited about that I can't even contain myself and I want to put it on right now, but we have to be patient, okay? Let's be patient. Because I want them to stay in this video and look at other stuff as well. I'm not gonna fire the best one at the beginning. I'm not stupid. I know how to do YouTube after 8 years. If you're new here, this is a series where I order stuff online that looks way too good to be true. I don't think there's much to explain here because the title says it all. It's just a very strict test because some of it that I ordered for this video was already not as good as it was promising to be. But in general, I've had very good results from these type of videos because I usually order from very independent designers that put a lot of work into their work. I rarely have been scammed, except maybe the Lemaine top that I'm still salty about. That was actually from a different I order stuff online that looks way too good to be true video where I ordered this bloody corset. You and we could both see that this is not what I was promised, and I wrote them 3 mails and they didn't reply. Anyway, just as a little side note at the beginning, if you did care for some updates in this matter, this was like, I don't know, 20 videos ago, nobody still remembers this. Before we get into this video, you saw the teaser. I hope you're getting tickets for my Europe tour. Duh. This one goes out to the UK broccolis, this one goes out to the Polish broccolis, the Czech broccolis, the Slovakian broccolis, the France broccolis. Get your tickets because my tour next year in March, it will blow your mind, hopefully. The link for my tickets are in the description and I hope to see you at one of my concerts. Oh, and if you still want to get a Christmas present, we actually just put Villain, my newest perfume, on Parfum Dreams. This is also for the international broccolis, for the Euro broccolis and UK broccolis. You can get Villain on Parfum Dreams. Link is in the description as well. And now enough of the advertisement. By the way, this is my setup for the lights. My assistant Chili is helping me out so nicely. Thank you very much, sir. You're doing a good job. Just don't move. The first product that I will be looking at is something that you guys send me 5 billion times. I'm not even gonna lie. There was this one specific reel that looked like this, and I kind of get why you want me to order this because I have marked my spot that I do like to be a fairy here and there, and I do have a big dream of being a beautiful, gorgeous fairy just like I would come straight out of the woods. And this is why you guys sent me this reel by Bambi the Label. They seem to be quite an indie label, and they focus on very delicious looking dresses. I don't know how else to explain it, because that is exactly what their products look like. I mean, you're right, guys. You're right to send me this. The only thing that I was gasping at is the prices, because obviously I want this exact dress that I saw in the reel. Turns out this is not one product, it's 3 products in one picture, like top, a dress, and like a little pair of shorts. Just the dress cost 333 euros. The top costs 110 euros. The bloomers, they cost 55 euros. So in total, together with package protection, I paid 540 euros and 75 euros cents. But I'm gladly spending the coin if it means that I get to be a fairy, and if it means that I am supporting an independent designer. Let's see. It was my birthday last week, and Vincent made me this bouquet of balloon flowers. Deflated a little bit, but you still get the point. Oh!
They're reusable.
That you could use for other stuff as well. For example, picking your nose. It won't go in. Ooh, Corona flashbacks. Whee. ASMR. Do you like that sound? Is it relaxing to you? So this one shipped from Australia. I don't know how much custom did I pay for it. Oh, just 175 euros. Nobody needs that. If there's something that I think is the most wasted money in the world, it's paying for custom. Such a scam. I'm already paying taxes. Why do you want me to pay for custom? Oh, this is so cute. Oh, look at Bambi. Little mariposas, and I think it's hair clips. So cute. Oh, I even got a little thank you card. Need that in my life. It always makes me feel good. Sweetest Naomi, thank you for supporting small business. This order was handmade with love in Australia. Please treat delicate fabrics with love and care. Thank you so much for your order, Angel. Bambi. Oh, the designer's called Bambi. Totally already love the aesthetics of the packaging. Let me put it on and transform into the fairy, y'all. That is absolutely gorgeous. I look like Tinkerbell. You see the vision? It looks exactly like the pictures. I don't know what to say. I actually look like a fairy, don't I? Why are you so awfully quiet?
I'm taking it in.
You can obviously put jeans on or a skirt, so it will work. But I think these bloomers definitely make this whole fit complete. But you could also definitely wear it without the top, even though that would take away some of its magic for sure. And I also have to admit that I am wearing the boomba, because without the boomba the boobs would be a little lost. Not saying that that would be bad. Obviously there's also beauty in just letting them be in there naturally. I didn't mind the look, but I think the boomba just makes every look a little more intense, which I like. So you may also look at my boobs. Do you think this is worth 500 euros something?
500 euros?
This is handmade, it's a small designer, and we're just obviously also used to cheap prices from Shein and such, so...
I don't know, 500 euros, that is like really crazy. I don't know, how have we gotten to that point?
But it's really great fabric.
I'm not gonna deny that, and it looks very pretty, and it probably is worth a price. It's just so much that I'm like speechless.
Yeah, the thing is, who is able to spend that much money? I mean, I can do it because I buy it for a video.
Maybe there are people out there, but it's not like you would wear this every day.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a way to style this top with like jeans and stuff, and so...
Yeah, that's what I said. Did you know, listen?
Yeah, no, yeah. How much are the bloomers, you called them?
55 euros.
Okay, I don't like those.
You don't? I feel like I'm in Wicked now, as a troll. I know they look a little bit like you're wearing diapers, but I kind of like that look.
Okay.
It was kind of just cutesy. I like that they're wide because it looks like a skirt, doesn't it?
No.
No?
It looks like, yeah, diapers.
Diapers for 55 euros! I also like that from the side, the dress gives you an effect of a butt because it's like very voluminous back there. You can definitely tell that this is made by a woman. She knows how to make a woman body look good. She definitely does not know how to make good prices. Bambi, what are we gonna do here, I think my face is too dark for my cleavage today. How did that happen? Embarrassing. I think there is probably a community that buys this for a lot of money because people tend to spend a lot of money for fantasies like I do. Nonetheless, I think Vincent is right. This is an insane price. We love the fabric. We love the way it's made. We love the detail. Is that embroidery? We have some tulle, different kind of layers. I think it's definitely a very beautiful, detailed production, but we really gotta talk about those 500 something euros. But if we ignore the price for now, I can definitely say that this piece is looking as good as it looked online, and I will definitely wear this. Maybe actually not.
Why not?
I think this is not my style, even though I want to be a fairy, but then I need an occasion to be a fairy. I don't want to be like an everyday toned down kind of fairy. I want to be the full-on fairy. That's my only issue with this. You heard my verdict. If you thought that's the only fairy thing in this video, then you thought wrong. It's just a spoiler for later. The next product is actually not fairy at all.
How many teasers?
I'm good at teasing. The next product I found ages ago actually, but I think you're gonna be excited about this one. I found this online shop, modstudio.com. This is kind of a wet look, corset kind of vibe. And I love the way these are made because it looks magical to me. How does the designer make these look so wet, but it's obviously hard? Resin. I don't know, is it resin? It's not pro. I don't know. I found it through this video. There you could also see how it's being made. I've also been in contact with the designer because I did originally want to order a dress, but unfortunately the designer just put out dresses that are not fitting to my body size. I actually texted them, hey love, I would love to try a transparent corset in a video. I saw it sold out. Any chance you will make one soon again? On June 1st. And now it's December. I still wanted to test their products. Even if it's not a dress, we want to look at the corsets. Also, I did actually ask you guys in my private broccoli chat broadcast thingy on Instagram which corset you would like me to test. I sent you a couple of choices. And this is the winner. The corset Anak Min Al Tilal. Pretty sure that's how you say it. You have this thing on the shoulder, which I think is very edgy, and I also think that this is why you picked this corset for me to try. It costs 216 euros 95 cents. I hope it will fit. I think this one was actually shipped from the UK. I also paid custom for this, but just 66 euros, so you know. It's so cheap. How the fuck? It's so soft. I thought this was gonna be really hard, but it's actually bendable. Wait, didn't it come with straps? It didn't come with a ribbon, which I think is a little lackluster. Like, I'm paying over 200 euros for this and you're not even gonna send me a ribbon? Come on, I don't have a ribbon. Let's try a ribbon.
A few moments later.
Thoughts? Do you like our ribbon? It's orange. Also way too short. It's just what we have right now, okay? If Maud had told me that it would not come with a ribbon, or if it actually said that on the website, I would have prepared myself better for this top. Maybe also the diaper pants are a little distracting. I don't know. That looks so shitty. Yeah. The boobs are too close together, too small. I don't know. Something is wrong up there. Like, I feel like it should cover a little more on the sides. It's too small, too slim. Maybe it ripped and then they had to fix it. Yeah, I think it ripped here and then they had to like put something else in there from the inside. I don't think this is supposed to be there. The wetness definitely comes across. I just don't like the way it looks on my body. Maybe it's also because I've had this type of top in a different kind of way from somebody else and it looked better on me and I was used to the other one, you know? The corset from the tour, it wasn't like wet looking, but it definitely made your body look better. Maybe it's because there were bigger boobs on there and I was like, oh my god, I have boobs now. The pants. What do you think?
I don't think you want to know.
Sag, ich weiß doch, dass es scheiße aussieht.
Also, what the fuck is this bow? I feel offended looking at this.
Yeah, I thought the bow was the best part about this.
Yeah, like if the rest wasn't there, yes, maybe. But like, first of all, it gets completely lost because it's black on black and it's like, why? If it was a different color, like maybe it could be cute, but maybe it's also the placement on the wrinkles. I don't know. It just looks smoother somehow. Yeah, this is like very like wavy and like.
It's also not hard. And that's also why you get the wrinkles here.
But that makes it more wearable at least. I feel like the edges also look really weird because it just looks like you cut it.
They just cut it. You can definitely see literally the way the designer cut this. Like you can see the cut of the scissors. But I like the sound. I have to say it gives good ASMR vibes. Belly button. I'm not satisfied. I'm not happy with how it looks. Big factor is also the orange ribbons, obviously. They could have also sent me black ribbons. Like if I pay 260 euros for a top like this, send me the ribbons. Everything that I need to wear it. I think that's a little bit rude. Yeah, if you guys could feel the judgy stare that Vincent is giving me from.
No, I'm just still thinking about what I just said.
If this would make me super happy and I would be super satisfied with the end result, I'm the last person that doesn't want to spend a lot of money for it. The issue is I'm not happy with it. There's a lot of little details that should look better than they look right now. This whole ribbon thing is annoying. I have to say that this does not look like on the website. I get that these type of products, they will always look slightly different because every piece is custom made and there's obviously always steps that will make it look slightly different. But still, I don't like it. And I'm very sorry to say that. I'm not gonna get butthurt over this, just a little bit, because let's carry on to the next one and let's hope this one is gonna make me happy again. The next product or products is actually something that you guys sent me. I saw one person sending me this and I was bamboozled. This designer looks so cool and I can't believe that I never saw them before. I don't know what my hand movement is. It's underlining how much I like this designer. So here you see the style of the designer is very, how do you explain this? Very holy. There's a lot of holes in the clothes. Very grungy. I think that is knitting. Also, this bag is so cool. It's a freaking bag made out of synthetic hair. Unfortunately, this one was not available when I bought it. Of course, now it's available. I just love the style that this designer is going in. Just looks so unique and so special. Feline Dahlmann. Actually, that sounds German. Feline is actually a German designer. That's so cool. Wait, didn't I pay custom for this? Let's look at Feline's stuff. It came in a huge ball. Oh my god. Cool. This is the first thing that I ordered. It's actually quite big. Here's what it looked on the website, and I thought it was gonna be smaller for some reason. I don't know, I'm not used to such big bags, but I think it's actually quite a cute statement piece. Side by side, does look a little better on the website. I feel like on the website you can see the bows much better, like they're actually much bigger and they seem to have a little more structure. With this one, they actually just really blend into the rest of the bag. Obviously it's a bag that you're supposed to wear like this maybe, but I don't do that. I just wear bags like this and then it's so big. First glance, cute. Looking at it in more detail. Also, I didn't even tell you the price for this. This bag was 99 euros. You see that there's some kind of knitting inside? I don't know, maybe that's just the way they do stuff. They crochet and then they tie stuff around it. No, you can't turn it around. Felina!
It's like cute and pretty, but like, why?
Because it's a cute detail, but nobody will ever see it.
I'm so confused. Like, why would you put in so much work into that? Like,
maybe that's her thing.
Please tell us why.
Felina, tell us why. I also have a fluffy bolero top.
Or scarf.
That actually looks like something that my grandma made me, I don't know, when I was 10. She made these type of scarves.
You had one?
Yes, of course, in blue. Like at some point you thought they were not your style anymore because you were starting to grow up. Now I think I would wear them again because it's so like 90s, like 2000s, you know.
I always wanted one.
Yeah?
Yeah, but it was too girly.
That's a adorable. And it's so fluffy and it's so soft and it's so cute. Wow. Obviously it's also crochet, and then she also crocheted the soft.
That's knitted! No.
That's so my style. If this was pink, ooh.
Why isn't it pink?
She didn't sell a pink one.
Oh.
But maybe she will in the future. So this was $80, which I think is a fair price. Yeah. Oh, that's my corn dogs. Hello. I'm gonna eat it later. I think it's actually not a bad price at all. It's almost a sweater, you know? This was just like a bikini top. Really cute, really cute. Gorge. Is there front and back? It's so cool, it's so fashionable, it's so me! Oh, also, the sleeves are so long. It's giving high fashion. It's giving fashion week. It's giving Berlin. I love this so much. To some of you, you might think, you call this a top? There's barely anything. That's what makes it special. It just looks like you threw some thread onto your body and it looks good. You know what I mean? And that's what I like about it. It looks so careless. Grunge. The only thing I wish I could do is wear this off shoulder. Then it would be perfect, but it's a little too tight up there. I really feel like Berlin catwalk. Oh, ich trag's falsch rum. That doesn't even make a difference. Actually, I think it's longer. This was 60 euros.
Is it untying on your side?
I think it all looks like it's untying, but I think there's still knots in it. And even if it were untying, I think that would just add to the look. I'm a fan of Feline so far. The bag, okay. The other two products that I tried, I really like the style of it and I think it's very unique. One more thing from Feline, but for that I need to change again. What do you have to say about this? What? Here is my final product from Feline. I think this dress has potential because the dress in itself, a really good idea and like a cool piece. Just fit-wise, it's not 100% what I like. Right now I just put a pink bikini underneath and I think it's not even that bad. The only thing that I don't like about this dress is how it fits. There's like no structure in this dress. It's just very heavy. It won't snatch your waist. It's just hanging there from the front. It's not really snatching your body. I'm not saying that every piece of clothing needs to snatch your body, but especially for this dress, I feel like that would look better. But in general, I think this is a very pretty dress. Maybe this is more of a dress for a vacation because it does give a little bit of vacation vibes to me. Maybe like vacation in Berlin.
Where do I begin?
Vincent.
I love it!
Really?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's fantastic. I don't think it needs to be snatched.
I knew that you would say that. Somehow I can already read your mind.
What? Also, if you really wanted it to be snatched, then you just need a little bit of yarn and you can just tie it around.
Oh, you're right.
That's so easy to fix.
1 minute 30.
Vincent just snatched it for us. He made a cute little corset with the orange ribbon. I do like it now, but I don't like it as much as I thought I would like it. I'm also fine with the way it was before, but I think it's actually quite also a cute detail. Like imagine, oh, I forgot that you can see my offs. Imagine that this was just a pink ribbon together with my pink bikini. Low-key a look. It has potential to be styled in different ways. Feline Dahlmann, me and Vincent, we are very huge fans. At least Vincent loves this dress. I love everything else. I love it. How much? 210 euros.
Wow, so cheap. Buy 6 of them.
It's definitely growing on me, and I think 210 euros. Actually, at this point, I don't know anymore. I feel so out of touch with reality. I don't know what's a lot of money and what's less money. I've reviewed so many clothes and I've put so many clothes on my body and I've seen so many numbers and I've ordered so much and paid so much custom that I don't even know what money is anymore. What is the concept of money? What is inflation? Am I alive? I like this dress very much. Shout out to Feline. I love this style. I'm sealed. That's really accurate, isn't it? I see you're not here for my seal impression, so maybe you're here for my other seal impression. Baby, I've been thinking for the kiss. Alexa, volle Lautstärke. Ich vergesse, dass das ja wirklich geht. We have been successful with this one. Let's quickly carry on, shall we? For this one, I have to say, it's actually the most expensive order that I made in this video. I think I got it recommended on Instagram ads. Just looking at this first page, I think this is also what I saw on Instagram. I love this picture. I love what she's wearing. Spoiler, I did not order that. This designer looks so cool and so up my alley as well. Edgy, very Berlin. I've never heard of them before. 1X Blue, but I really liked their stuff. And there's one or two products in particular that caught my eye. Of course, the most expensive product on the website, the watch belt set. It's the mini watch belt top and the mini watch belt skirt. So when I ordered this, the designer texted me and they asked what color I want this in. Of course, I had the request for them to make it in pink. Unpredictable, that's what I am. And they actually said that they're collecting secondhand watches, which I thought was really cool. I don't know what I thought. And they actually also sent me a progress picture. There were such cute watches in there. Look at this little frozen watch. But let's just get to the price, because that was obviously the most expensive. So the mini watch belt top costs 391 euros. The skirt costs 489 euros. I also ordered some other stuff as if that would not be enough already. And I did pay 1,623 euros and 65 cents. And then I also paid like 500 or 600 euros custom because this came from the UK. UK, please get back into the EU. EU, please. A Hello Kitty watch! Another Hello Kitty watch! Oh my god, this is amazing. Wow. A Playboy watch. I think my favorite is this ladybug. How am I gonna wear this skirt? It's like completely open. Oh my god, it's so tiny! Some of these watches are so cunty. I don't even know a different word for it because that is exactly what they are. The pink one that just dangles there. How am I gonna wear this without showing my everything? Is that a Hannah Montana watch? It is actually a Hannah Montana watch. Okay, I need to put this on right now. Listen, I love it so much. It's giving pop star energy, kind of like Gaga-esque. Obviously, the only issue that I have is that it's completely free on the buttocks area. I also ordered these absolutely cunty cute little leopard boots, and this, what even is it, a vest with a hood? Oh! So my vibe. Close up of my boobs and my watches. We're just looking at the top, okay? YouTube, this is educational purposes. And also my new tattoo, isn't it super cute? I don't think it will actually get out of place because I have this itty bitty titty committee which will hold them in place. I have no idea how to wear this. It needs to be on top of something, but then again, I think it would lose its Julia Fox vibe. It's giving a little bit Amelia. I don't know, it just really is striking my bone. I just want to get on the stage and I want to perform in this, and then you're all gonna see my Do you hate it?
Hate is a strong word. I love the shoes. I think the skirt is a good idea.
Okay, those were your positive things, and you're just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could hate on this outfit, to be honest.
I just really love the idea. I just wish there were more watches. Like, this just looks like a nice beginning, but it needs to be full-on watches or no watches at all.
I get that, but I don't think so. I think it's a good amount of watches on me, but I think with even more watches, like even more exaggerated, I think it would be even better.
Yeah, then I would love it.
Okay. I wish for this price, that's something that I have to criticize. I wish that I would have a whole skirt and not just a belt. Like, this is the most expensive piece so far in this video. For this price, I think it should be a skirt. You get me? You feel me? I think we all agree on that. Nonetheless, I think their selection of watches is amazing. I think it's so cute. It's so on brand for me, even though they didn't even know what is on brand for me. They just pick pink watches. Hello Kitty is pink most of the time. Love the shoes also. I love this also. I do feel Vincent's critique that it should be more watches. Also for the price, I think we definitely are in that spot to even want more watches. I obviously also ordered the little anime set. It looks funny. She looks like this effect that I sometimes use in my videos. This effect. But I'm not gonna put this on right now because this video is about this outfit. You might see this on me if it looks good on me. If it looks bad, then I will keep you updated on Instagram. Naomi Jon. This whole thing with the boots and the anime set, that is what cost me 1,600. Just the watch set, 891 euros. Even with me not knowing what's expensive and cheap anymore, that's crazy for those two pieces. It's definitely not something for the stage. Maybe in a music video. It is time for the last product and also the highlight product of this video. This one really took more than 3 months to arrive. I'm talking about this reel right here that you guys sent me so much because you just know that I want to be a fairy. I found this on ellisorderstore.com. Looking at this now, I realized that they stopped selling it because it literally says stop selling. The dress is handmade within 3 months and will be shipped once completed. You definitely have different options happening. Obviously, I want to go with the colorful one because that is what I saw in the reel. Then you can also pick just the shirt, the skirt, and the sleeves, the jewelry and the accessories, and the full set that includes all. I mean, you can't anymore because they stopped selling. This dress cost me $498, $45 shipping. I think it got shipped from Thailand. I feel like with this dress, all of my dreams might come true if it looks as good as it does in the reel. This is everything that I wanted in life. I don't think I have to say much. This is obviously, I'm speechless. This is so cute. It's exactly like I imagined it, to be honest. It's just a little small. There is so many accessories. Vincent and I, we needed 30 minutes to put all of this together. A bracelet, bracelets for the upper arm, a necklace, this, a waist necklace, a lot of stuff that you put into the hair. Obviously also what's a bit difficult is it's always hard to ship jewelry, especially if it's so much and especially if there's so much chains. They already took precaution that they wouldn't tangle so much because it was all individually packed, and then the chains was also individually packed, but still it wasn't enough to prevent the tangling of the chains. Once you put it all together, I think it is all worth it. The fabric seems a little cheapo. There's like little glitter in the fabric, which I think is such a cute detail. You have so many different kind of layers in the skirt, which I also like. I love the sleeves. They look so fairy-esque. Is all of the jewelry made by the designer, or is this just ordered from somewhere? Because it does look DIY here and there. You can see some imperfections here and there. How do you make this? Just look at all the detail. If anyone has an idea how this is made, let me know, because I am mind blown. I love this so much. This is little hair clips that you clip onto the crown. This crown is so cute. I'm a huge fan of this just because it is my fantasy. I really feel fairy with this. This alone makes me think that next Halloween I need to be a fairy, and this will be my outfit. What do you think?
Yeah, it's cute.
It costs $500. And you say it's cute? After all this work we just put into this, assembling it all, you say cute.
Maybe that's why. It just doesn't excite me, but it's pretty.
For obvious reasons, this is not your aesthetic.
Well, I like fairy looks. It's just like...
But not this type of fairy.
Maybe not. I like an enchanted look.
Yeah. Avant-garde. High fashion fairy. This is more like cutesy, almost a bit anime, and obviously this is totally my aesthetic and I really, really love it. Then you need to put your crown on. She was a fairy. This was the last outfit for today. I have to give a shout out to the creator of this because it's definitely very creative and it just is a very, very cute aesthetic, and I think you can definitely take amazing pictures in this and be a gorgeous, gorgeous fairy at a party.
For 500 euros.
For $500, yes. I don't want to think about how much money I spent on this. I honestly don't know if it's really worth it. I don't know. I'm just happy to be a fairy. So I just wanna live in the moment and feel gorgeous. Chili is taking a poop. The verdict. Everything in this video was very expensive. Not everything in this video made me as happy as I was hoping for it to be, but in general, it was still good. Actually, everything was good except the corset. If we ask Vincent, we definitely have some more critiques.
Huh?
Valid critiques. I see your points, it's just that I ignore it. You can see his little butt peeking around the corner. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It made me very poor and also happy. So I guess we have a good outcome. It's late and I really want to eat my corn dogs. Don't forget to buy tickets for my Europe tour. It's also a great Christmas present, I have heard. I bet your son or daughter or friend or mother would look forward to having a great gift like this and coming to my concert. Maybe you also, you can gift it to yourself. Don't forget to follow me on all my social media, which is Naomi Jon on
Instagram,
Naomi Jon on
TikTok,
and Naomi Jon on
Spotify.
I will live my fairy life now and I will eat my corn dogs. Thank you guys so much for watching and I will see you in my next video. So wet, but it's obviously hard. Trash. Hello, everyone. Oh, you scared me. Since when are you here, Tucky? What's up? I'm trying a sleek back hair look. Low-key giving Hella von Zinn. I think I'm okay with that though. Guys, I literally don't know what to do with my hair. I asked you and your two suggestions were sleek back and spiky 90s hair. And the spiky 90s hair looks interesting. I might try it again. You might see that. Maybe not. I think it is very much time to try some interesting TikTok candy again. There is so much. I don't know why TikTok is such a candy-driven platform, but then again, you could probably say that about different kind of genres. There's also lots of beauty products, lots of food hacks in general, but I feel like the candy has been popping off lately very much. And I'm a candy girl looking for my candy man. Love you, Christina. Send your surgeon my way when I'm 40. So this video will be about candy, about sweet stuff. That's why you see me. So if you have a sweet tooth or if you just like watching people eat unhealthy stuff, keep on watching. One thing before we get into the sweet stuff, other than me, I actually have a big announcement to make, which is I'm going international.
What's Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide?
I'm going on Europe tour. This is crazy to me. I never thought that this would happen in my life.